After a grueling journey spanning almost 2 months, 77 maps, and over 700 rounds, today we have two teams that have battled their way through the trenches, slaying countless foes, and dodging deadly encounters against other teams on their pathway up. Now, it took a lot of effort to get to this moment. It's time to find out which team is going to emerge victorious and claim the coveted title of Season 6 Grand Final Champion. So join us, get comfortable, get some snacks, and be prepared for an epic battle that will go down in Solar Flare history. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Solar Flare Competitive League Season 6 Grand Finals. My name is Phoenix Blaze, and I will be your host tonight, and I am joined by two wonderful analysts, one who you've noticed is quite the special guest from Pro League, Yeti, and our favorite Twitter analyst, Clips. Welcome to both of you. I actually want to go ahead and just hit things off. Yeti, it was your first time on an analyst desk yesterday. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I think I've definitely kind of got a little bit more of a footing in this whole thing, I feel more confident with my thoughts, and I'm really excited to break down this matchup. It's a really exciting one.
Yeah, what about you, Clips? How's it going over in your world today?
I'm excited. I'm a little under the weather. Some of you can probably tell it feels just like SCS for whatever reason. I just got to get sick around desk, but we're powering through it. We're gonna have a fun time today. It's gonna be a banger of a matchup too. I mean, these two teams have been just so good throughout the season. They've been so much fun to watch. They're the best iterations that these teams have brought out, so it's gonna be a banger for SFCL.
Yeah, and speaking of the teams, we're going to be watching Orbit take on Arial Arise, two of the invited teams actually making it all the way here to the grand finals. I'm really excited to see what both of these teams are going to do tonight. But, let's go ahead and kind of talk about these rosters and see where, kind of how we got here. Clemps, do you want to kind of give us a little bit of the pathway and the journey that both of these teams took to get here?
Well, playoffs have been all week. We've been running a lot of SFCL this week. I feel like I've been a part of like almost all of the streams, so it's been a lot of fun, but a long week. Arial Rise, like a Empire, pretty quick game. Arial Rise very much easily dispatched of them, as well as against Wildcard. It was also rather easy for them. I would argue that Orbit had the tougher path going against Arial Rise Academy in the first match, but they took care of business in that game. Dethroning the Season 4 and Season 5 reigning champions, going up against HK Rebels. Again, another swift match for themselves. Both of those teams in 3rd and 4th place that we saw play yesterday each received 500. This game will be for 3 grand, and if 2nd place, I believe, is 1 grand. So Arial Rise Orbit is going to be the grand final, and let alone that, just a banger of a match at it. So.
Yeah, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, this has been an insane journey for really all of the teams that have participated in this season. But I think we need to give a little bit more of a highlight to each one of these teams we're going to be playing here tonight. Let's go ahead and move into talking about Orbit. Yeti, this is a team that you've played against before. You know the inner workings. Buddy does about this team. Let us know what you're expecting from them tonight and, what we could be seeing.
Well, that's very methodical, step-by-step gameplay from Orbit. They're very fast in their transitions, but they do things step-by-step. You'd like to see them get map control as a team, and then they start breaking apart and do their take. And as they get set up for their executions, there's little to no downtime, so it makes it hard for whatever team that is defending against them to find those transitions, to find picks and really kind of throw a wrench in the gear of their attacks. And then as defense goes, they're not super objective driven. They're not very opening kill driven. They like to play for objective, playing layered defenses, falling off, killing time, shooting drones, and really giving the opposing team a chance to execute. And it's not outdated, I would say, but it's definitely not a playstyle you see as much as you used to. But I think it's really interesting because I think they're the polar opposite of Arial.
Yeah, and sometimes whenever you go up against those polar opposites, it's really hard to, how can you say, counter things. Me particularly, I really do like the fact that you brought up the old play style that Orbit is bringing to the table, because a lot of new teams don't know how to counter that. So really good information that, Arial could potentially use and exploit. But speaking of the Arial team, Climps, give us your thoughts on what we're going to be seeing from them tonight.
Both teams are polar opposites, right? I mean, Arial Rise has been really solid throughout the season. They did take a loss, but other than that, I mean, they have looked good. They also beat Arial Rise Academy. That was a barn burner of a match, very similar to how Orbit Arial ACAD's team went against each other in both of their series that they played. But Arial Rise, I mean, it's really just 4 gunners and then Poison leading him around and guiding him, and he does a very good job of doing so. I also love the way that Arial Rise play their defenses. Kind of send one body to take a lot of the engagements, have the other ones just distract, try to take up some of the information, and be a little bit annoying, and then that's just kind of how it works, right? Like, that's how Arial Rise love to play their defenses. They're fairly solid there. Their attacks are amazing with a 74% win rate. They're 5-0, undefeated on the season. They've looked amazing overall, Arial Rise has. So I love the way that this team works. Also, 4.0 kills per round. I talked about this yesterday when we were going over the analysts for Arial Rise. That means they're averaging these 1v1 rounds at minimum, right? Like, they are always minimizing the opponents. They're never getting flawless that often. So I love to see that from Arial Rise in general.
Yeah, just to touch on your point real quick, Mason, with Arial, on their attack, something I had to make note of is they are so, like I said, they're polar opposites. They love to play for kills. They love to end the round by just wiping the squad. They're not a team that's as objective driven as Orbit. They don't plan as much. They don't try to plan as much. They're going to try to kill you. They're going to hunt you down. They're going to get the man advantage, and they're just going to choke you out of the map. They're just going to try to win the round that way. So for Orbit, you got to just deny the opening kill. You got to shut down Freak. Don't let them start the round with these kills and letting them landslide in these rounds.
Yeah, so, I definitely think that we should dig even a little bit deeper into these teams and giving a little bit more individual attention here. So, you were just talking about Arial. Let's get your thoughts on this. We're going to go ahead and move into a little bit of a highlight for the Arial Rise team. So give us the rundown here, Yeti.
Well, so overall, like you said, you can my camera's blocking something. All right, so it is Freak. I had to make sure. But yeah, as you can see, Freak is that guy. He is that guy for their attack and their defense. He's the one that's opening up all these rounds. He's trying to just start the round for his team, and chances are he's taking out 2 or 3 with him if he gets the first one. He's a very tough guy to kill, and he just knows how to take advantage of his openings, the opportunities that he's given throughout the round. So killing him first and not letting him open up the round for Arial is crucial. I'm telling you, he is the start and the end for almost all of these rounds that Arial win.
I love the way that Freak played yesterday too, Yeti. Like, it was incredible. You saw him just opening up so many of these rounds for Arial Rise, and he was clipping all over Wildcard. At least that's how it seemed, right? It just seems like Freak is always having these clippable moments in the games, averaging 1.06 kills per round. That is massive, right? You want to make sure that you're getting a kill for your team, and especially on an entry roll, that's one hell of a way to do it, by continuing to make sure that you always get your 1 at minimum, never putting your team in a deficit.
Totally agree.
Good points that you guys are both making, but we've got to get a little bit of love over to Orbit and CZ. So Clips, go ahead and start this one off for us.
Yeah, CZ, man, oh my god, like, I feel like this guy came out of nowhere, right? Like, whenever I think about players that are just good at the game, I've never been like, CZ, you gravitate my attention to everything, right? I'm sure CZ has always been a shooter, but I've never been like one of those bodies that I've like loved to watch or anything. Has never pulled my attention. This season of SFCL, he is the kill leader. He is a team leader in so many stats and categories. His opening engagements are amazing. He sways the way that a team plays not only against Orbit, but also just the fact that he has this ability to pull rounds back out of the ground for his team. He's an incredible player and been a staple for Orbit this whole season.
Totally agree. I like to highlight the difference between him and Freak in terms of playstyle. Freak's more of that like in-your-face, gunfight kind of guy who's looking for the opening engagement. CZ is a little bit more of a product of his environment. You don't see him getting leashed by drones on attackers often. He's more of like a lurky type entry, getting into cutoff points and ratting his way into those early engagements. Then on defense, because of his team's playstyle, he's also more of a rat on defense. You'll see him kind of stay out in the thick of it once his teammates have fallen off, once the drones have dwindled down, once time's gone down. And you'll see him take advantage of information gaps in the attack. So you just expect to see him in some corners on defense, just waiting for people to walk by him.
Well, I think it's time for us to move into probably one of the parts of our pre-show that I at least know Yeti gets excited for.
Pretty good.
Talk about our map vetoes.
Undefeated.
We had
he is totally undefeated.
We had a good conversation at the beginning of this, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about the maps we're going to be seeing tonight. Already got some bands here on the board, and you guys, go ahead. Let us know what you guys think.
Go ahead, Mason. This is all you.
All right, Xander. I'll take the shot because I know you're gonna be like the spotlight when it comes to your breakdown for stuff. But looking at these first couple bans, Border going away for Orbit, Oregon going away for Aerial Rise. I do like both those bans. We haven't seen Border played by Orbit at all, and for Oregon, we have seen Orbit played a couple times, so we're not surprised to be seeing that. As well, we also loved, and I think that Aerial Rise, if I remember correctly, they struggled on Oregon against Arial Rise again. If I remember correctly back to that match, my mind is like juggling a little bit. But I love those bands. And then going into the first picks, Cafe, but an astounding map for Orbit. Map 2 is Bank. Arial Rise, love that map. I know Poison specifically from his Vipers days, loved that map. Now he's brought that characteristic and stats over to Arial Rise. They do just as good of a job there as well. So both good maps for each team for map number 1, but you expect that because you only get one ban at the start.
Yeah, the best of 5.
No. Go ahead, Yeti. You got a
All
pick.
right. With best of 5s, you know, you got to be a little bit more picky and choose on your bans because you don't get 2 at the start, like best of 3. For the best of 5, you only get 1, like Mason said. So when you really look to do these bans, the first ban that comes out of comes to mind for most of these teams, it's either you have a hard target ban or you're just going to ban something you're not very comfortable with. And what I like about how both teams approach this, it looks like they just banned maps that they weren't too comfortable with. With Orbit, I think it was more of a target ban. Ariel's played a lot of Border throughout the Gamers 8 quals, the Copenhagen Major, Last Chance Qualifier, as well as you saw them play it yesterday. They're very competent on the map. They like the map. I like the idea of banning it. And then with Ariel, I think they're okay at Oregon. I just don't think they're very comfortable on it. I just think that it's a map that Oregon is the map that people say it's where good teams go to die. So maybe that was their thought in banning that one.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Like, I think that each ban was kind of one of the maps that both teams didn't want to play and also know that the other is good at. So that's like the demon of best of 5s, right? Is you don't get 2 bans, so you have to choose like, where do I want to go to? Where are we like, okay, we might be okay, or we know we might give up this map. Like, that's kind of how it is for both teams, right? For Cafe, for Arial Rise, they know they might give it up, but then they go and they take their own home of Bank, where they know that they can definitely win or have a very good shot of winning. You never know, because it's grand finals, there's counter-strategy, all this stuff has been in play. But you have to imagine that each team has kind of taken that own philosophy style going into this. Then Skyscraper and Clubhouse go away. Kind of surprising to see Clubhouse go away from Arial Rise, but I do get it, especially for Orbit, who has been very good on Clubhouse, 2-0. You want to take those maps away. Orbit also on Skyscraper, not great from when we saw them play against HK Rebels back in round 3, so they get rid of that map.
Yep. Orbit's lost Sky twice. You know, it's a pretty smart decision. Like, again, just one of those maps they're not very comfortable on. And then some picks coming out. I was very, very surprised to see Orbit pick Villa. I was, Mason could attest to this, I was pretty flabbergasted, I would say. Just because I raised the concern yesterday when, give me if I'm wrong, when Wildcard picked it. And because Ariel is just so good at this map, they're 4-0. So being the opposing team picking arguably the strongest map available for Ariel, why? But then moving on, Ariel picks Theme. Good map for them. It's a good map for both teams. So I mean, nothing too surprising with that one.
Yeah, like you said, like we saw Villa pick. We were trying to guess, like, okay, what each team is going to pick. I thought that Orbit were going to take Chalet, and then I thought that it was going to go Villa for Arial Rise, then Theme to be the decider. Instead, Orbit decide to pick into Villa, which Arial Rise have just gutted every single team that they've played on. There's a lot of Villa VOD. There are 4 maps of Villa from this season of SFCL. So it is very possible that you can take that and be like, okay, we know a lot about how they play, but you never know. And there's also the most played map in SFCL as well this season. Orbit taking the defensive side of the park. Each team obviously wanting that defensive advantage, but Arial Rise taking the park. Not a big surprise to see that as well.
Yeah, and Chalet coming through as a decider. Like you said, I mean, we kind of expected Orbit to pick into Chalet just because Ariel doesn't seem as competent on that map as Villa. But just because of the order of this, I mean, for me, it gives me somewhat of a clear decider on who's going to win this series. But it just really comes down to Villa for me. If Orbit really sees something, I'm wholeheartedly expecting to see some kind of counterplay. And, Orbit doing something with all the VOD available for Villa. if I see another standard Villa where they're just getting outmatched by Arial and Villa, I'm going to be upsetting.
Ooh, upsetty spaghetti. That's not something we normally hear out of people, but I do have a burning question for you, though, Yeti. Based on our conversations yesterday, you said really you can kind of determine the pathway of a team and how they're going to play based on their map picks.
Yes.
What do you see here? Like, before we go into full predictions, like, just based on these map picks, what are they telling you?
I see Orbit coming out of the gate swinging, and I see Arial stabilizing. And with that stabilization, momentum can shift, and I can see Arial walking away with the series. But I'm not going to say my map prediction count yet, but I definitely see Arial winning a couple maps in a row that way.
He has the glass ball like sitting right here. He's just feeling it, shaking that magic 8 ball. That's what he did yesterday, and I hate it because he sounds kind of right to me.
See, I'm glad you said magic 8 ball, glass ball. We don't need everybody to know that he's got the script.
I wrote
He
the
really
script,
does. After yesterday, he's definitely got one hiding. Like,
you know, I'm the puppet master. I'm pulling all the strings.
So Xander, then let me ask you, who's learning Chinese tonight?
Oh,
Who's got to learn Chinese?
honestly,
who's going?
it's got to be Zay. That was his idea, right?
That was Zay. We wanted to do a segment.
They
That's
just
really
screamed.
We wanted to do a segment because you know the bit where everyone's like saying, "Okay, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy." We wanted to do a bit where we had like a little graphic and sent all the teams, and then whichever team lost tonight was also going to be like in a category for that. But we never got to. So now we're gonna make fun of our producer for doing that.
See, what's really funny though is, remember, it used to be the joke of sending a team to Brazil. Now you can't say that because SI's in Brazil, so you can't use that shtick anymore. But no, excuse us like shaking and jumping like we just had our producer like screaming out here because we called him out. So 2 for 2 on calling producers out the night of broadcast. But yes, no, let's talk about these predictions though. You know what, Clips? I'm gonna let you go first.
Please.
Okay. I'm gonna take that glass ball
The
from
pressure.
Xander. I'm just
The
gonna
pressure.
grab that, pick it up, put it down. This is what I think. I think that the map bans kind of favor Arial Rise now after seeing them, but I made my prediction yesterday before I even saw the map bans. That's how I like to do it. I just like to go raw intuition, no matter map bans. I think Orbit's gonna take this one 3-2. I think we're gonna go all the way. And I think we're going to see some infinite overtimes. I think Orbit are going to pull it out. I watched them start this season on Illness Esports, right? They eventually get the Orbit org. Now that they grow their way up through, I mean, what better of a story would it be for them to start orgless, pick up an org through the season, and carry them all the way to a champion?
Oh, I like it. I like it. I want to hear Prediction Master though.
So, gotta give credit to both teams. Had a phenomenal run to get here. Both super talented teams. I know all these players from my experience as a player. Got mad respect for them. You know, it's not easy making a grand final. It be a T5 tournament. It's never going to be easy. So, but as far as maps go, I do have to agree. I do think that Arial Rise got a little bit of an upper hand here, just because of the order of the maps, not particularly the maps as a whole. I think Cafe, Orbit takes it. That's the map they come out swinging. Bank, I think Arial takes that one in a pretty dominant fashion. And then Villa, this is the big X Factor map. Orbit has to win this map to bring this series to the 5th map. And if they lose it, in my opinion, they lose the series 3-1. I don't see if Arial wins Bank, wins Villa, I don't see Orbit winning.
Oh, so we have two
That's called
Arial
split.
Arise. 2 Arial Arise stands on the board here tonight. All right, you guys heard
No,
it.
I said
You guys
Orbit.
heard it.
I said Orbit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said Orbit. Don't take that away from me. Listen, I love the Arial guys. I've had like good history and experiences with some of those guys, but I think it's Orbit's time to shine.
I mean, hey, everybody needs a little spotlight once in a while. And speaking of spotlight, we do have 2 casters sitting in the wings, ready to tell you guys about these matches. We have Golu Molu once again joining us back from over the pond, and probably one of my favorite people to work with, Light Rose. You guys take it away.
Time is now. Then Season 6 Grand Finals. We went through the desk, heard all the shtick, all the analysis that they were doing. The ball starting to drop. We're getting to that first map, Cafe. And as we start to slip into the bands, the early part of the map, who you got? We just saw everything. You have to have one team coming out of here.
Look, I feel like this is not what you want to hear coming off of a desk where, you know, Arial Arise are given that edge, but I have to agree with them. I think they're the team you're looking at coming in with the stronger history on a lot of the maps that we've seen more recently. That linchpin map, that Villa is for me the make or break once again. Orbit, they've played it a couple times. They managed to beat Arial Arise Academy on it in their last face-off. But I don't know, it's going to be a difficult one for them. I am looking forward to seeing how this opens up. And with Cafe, good start for them. You get in, they looked mint on it yesterday. They looked so good here yesterday. They can come in with that form and keep it up throughout the series. We're going to have a banger on our hands.
I just want to see CZ Freak start to battle it out. Those two look unstoppable. And the desk, you know, went over that. We saw all of that, but I think those two are definitely the player to watch. But Wimpy as well. He has really started to shine. That's beautiful to see. Asian is here on Arial Arise. There are so many players on both sides that are here to shine. Here to make their name known, as you already should know their name. But as we get through these band faces, Brava goes down, which does make sense. Cafe has some good default cameras, but that might leave some other operators up on the board.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see how that changes things up. Obviously, Echo has a big impact, especially on the bottom floor, and we've seen teams run that throughout the whole season. Getting rid of Brava opens that to be a little bit more free. You no longer have to worry about those clutch drones stealing away your gadgetry. The Yang Band coming in from Orbit's pretty interesting from my perspective. We didn't see it from them yesterday. However, they had a lot of opportunities where they would play very aggressively. We saw things like the Amaru come out. And when you're going for these very quick execute styles of play, the Yang can really lean into that. So taking it out, it's gonna be interesting to see how that pans out for them. The mirror, pretty standard though. This makes a lot of sense. Long angles, you don't want to give it over to your opponent. You don't have to fight through it for the first half of the game. And Azami, I mean, we've said this too many times. It's Azami, exactly. You just cut it out of the game.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to explain why you don't need a zombie. It's a zombie. I mean, Arial Arise is Arial Arise because Arial Arise is Arial Arise. Those two sentences are essentially the same, and they give off the same vibes. We're getting into it, Ben. We're here. First round. SFCL Season 6 Grand Finals. Arial Arise choosing to go to Kitchen and bringing out what seems to be a very heavy anchored style. They've got the smoke, they've got the echo, so some deployable shields, but an operator we didn't really mention, Solus, is here and is most assuredly going to be a threat.
Yeah, especially with the way that Orbit are going to want to clear out the map. The extension here coming out from Arial Arise, they want to expand across the whole of this bottom floor, right? They don't want to be stuck inside of the site because of how destructible the floor above you is. You can see Gitty grabbing that sledge. He's a beast. He's on that sledge. He's always going to do a ton of work, both on the entry frags, but he's actually coming off of it. So I've spoken too soon. BGL moving on to that. Gitty picking up the Twitch. So a lot of ability here to sort of interrupt and disrupt the deployment and the gadgetry coming through. If you can hunt down those yokais, Gitty can get a lot of value from that, but it will be starting on the top floor, sweeping all the way down, looking for that vertical pressure. The extension from Arial Arise means they will be able to avoid it for the most part early on into the round.
Asian, not surprising, he's going up to that top floor, making sure that it's going to be a little bit of a difficulty to work their way down. But so far, Orbiter's seeming like they're wanting to go for this bakery style, maybe root out a player hanging out there. You usually would see something like an Azami if that was on the board, but she's not here. So instead, Arial Arise, they're going to set that smoke into Christmas area, which seems to be a common strategy nowadays. The Echo inside of Bakery as well, that does make sense. But with no Jaeger and no Wamai, Adam has to be very careful. A frag grenade soars right over that half wall, and he is a dead Echo walk.
Again, the drones coming through from Orbit now, spotting this out and recognizing the lack of information. You can see the grenade in hand. They're not going to be thrown just yet. Instead, they're going to try and force themselves walking on in. The first kill goes in favor of Atom, and so does the second AV in the opening round of our grand final. That is exactly the start Arial Arise were looking for, just to shore this defense down.
And it's shocking to see Adam just able to boom, explode behind that minibar. And to get that with somebody like CZ there, with all the information that Orbit was able to get, they're gonna throw a Rotero into the shield, which I'm shocked they didn't do earlier, at least frag grenade it. There's a lot of decisions that Orbit can make and not make, and right now the decisions they are not making may come back to bite them. Wimpy does find that first kill for Orbit, taking out the Echo, but half the round is gone, and Giddy just cannot find the shots, meaning that Freak has reclaimed Bakery for Arial Arise, and it is going to have to be a different round. But I'm sorry, BJL with one spray finds 3. Ben, and now Poison and BJL find themselves in a 1v1 that Arial Arise should surely not be in. He pushes out of coach check. Doesn't really know where Poison is. Has to be over towards that Baker area. He gives off the sound, but Poison is inside of prep. He's waiting, slowly lurking to see if he can get the jump on that player that is slightly battered underneath 50 HP. Goes to get that diffuser, but he is not ready for the engagement. So Arial Arise, Poison saves them from a defeat most foul in the first round.
That would have been a brutal opening, right? You're in the 4 versus 1, and 3 just get gunned down brutally. That's a mistake that they can't afford to have happen again. But it all kind of started off of that fumble from Orbit so early on. You said it, right? They've got the Flores. They've got plenty of stuns. They got nades waiting outside the door. It was Inrio and CZ, the flashbangs on the Hibana, the nades on the Yana, who are in the position to walk on out, as you see the cheers coming through early on. Just, get the morale going on the first round. But look, you've got to be putting that utility in. This is a team who did such a great job of using utility to force back defenders to get themselves free kills. And we saw Gitty get nades time and time again yesterday in their semi-final matchup. These sort of things need to be coming to the forefront yet again tonight.
I think you kind of got to give these teams a little bit of breathing room. This is a best of 5. Even if Orbit, maybe fumbles on this first map, they still have 2 more. So a warm-up map, I think you can kind of give any of these teams a breathing room when it comes to that. Now, this first map would be pretty important. Arial Arise, they're able to take Orbit's map pick. They go on to Villa. I mean, not onto Villa. They go on to the next map, which I'm, for some reason, is eluding me. Yes, Bank. That would be a pretty strong thing to happen. But Orbit, it's the first round. They can make adaptations. They're still bringing a similar lineup. And all they have to do is make sure that they get that entry pick that is so pivotal.
Back up to the roof for the side of Orbit. That's how a lot of these attacks are going to begin on Cafe, right? You end up eating into so much time just through having to be on the roof to get this sweep down. You don't want to give roamers the free space to kind of stand around, get these vertical angles and look down towards you and you go for your assault. The top floor being set up in a fairly standard way, right? You've got Poison on that mute who's going to be use the jammers to slow down the walls, a little bit of utility invested over by Pixel with that shield, just to buy a little bit of time from the clock that Orbit has available to them in the round. Very quick to fall back away from it. The question for me is how much value can they get out of these hidden black eye cameras, especially over by Piano, where there are so many hanging objects that you can hide them behind. Big Nitro Cell kills will be massive for them here.
You can see Tra prepping that C4, so many Z-pings coming out through the floor, but nobody is actually destroyable under that floor. A person is under Piano, an indestructible surface, but I think that the bigger part of all of this is that Orbit still aren't really making headway on that top floor. Giddy is going to open up probably Freezer with that sledgehammer, but as Cocktail is still available, there goes Freak, and now the attack can start to come. Could one more kill start to follow as Asian's able to get away, has to rebound. But Quartz decides to stay up on that top floor, see how many he can take down, and we know that one player can make the difference on both of these teams. Right now, it's a little bit of a break, but Quartz, like I said, could really make the difference here.
Well, it's going to be CZ to find yet another pick for the attack. The rest of the defense no longer really in these positions upstairs, kind of falling away. Poison looking for the head. Oh, Wimpy on that upside down rappel, though. A little shift to his left, and it'll be netted. A lovely kill. He's going to grab the first, back down away from the stairs before CZ can really chase him to grab the kill back. Nice little bit of reprieve until he walks back up again. CZ just sneaking down. He didn't expect him to be there already. 4 versus 2 advantage here for Orbit, and they are going to be ready to collapse together as a unit very soon.
Now, this site can be pretty difficult for a late game take, and Tra's gonna be able to take one. Asian finds another, and now the red pin makes the site entry that much harder, but Inrio stays alive, and what could have been a 2v1 instead leaves Asian alone, trying to defend against the execution. Giddy prepping that frag grenade, Asian too far away, but now the diffuser is dropped, Giddy has to run. Sledge is a 3 armor who cannot get that diffuser. And a round that should have been Orbit's instead flips the way of Arial Arise. We are seeing these close rounds that most assuredly should not be.
Amazing rotation there at the end to be in position to catch the Habana, right? You're playing above, you're using the vertical angles against the attack, and they recognize this. They know they cannot walk through this doorway without having to try and take this gunfight on such a disadvantaged angle. Instead, they're going for the rotation, drops a hatch, meets them perfectly, because the time is so low, they have to take the shortest route. There is no option to play it a little bit safer, go round through train. Catches them off. When that diffuser goes down, there is no hope for Sledge in that round now, because you're already pushing on a different angle. And Arial Arise, once again, collecting another defensive round, but these are close. And Orbit are still in them. They have good positions, especially in that last round. They'd be able to tidy that drop a little bit more. If they'd caught out the flank coming through from Valk, maybe the round goes differently as it should have gone, but instead it's these small things, right? And when you're looking at a series as long as a best of 5, if you can win rounds that you technically shouldn't be winning, such as that last one, right, where you're able to pull off these plays, that adds up immensely if you're looking at a series in which you're playing 30 to 45 rounds and you're sneaking them away at every opportunity.
Inch by inch and bit by bit. That is how victory is eventually gotten. Tra goes for a little bit of a spawn peek, but only receives damage instead. And you can see Cafe is ripe for spawn peeks, window jump outs. It's why an operator like Nomad or Claymores, you need those on this map to punish anybody who tries to go for these risky plays. But Tra stayed inside the building. He did what a lot of players choose not to do, but that could change. You can see he's angling towards the window, deciding if he truly wants to go for the jump out or not, but I think definitely holding off of that jump. You can see CZ is watching it like a hawk. That would be the better option to fall off.
Well, just pulling out the information, waiting for the hang. You can hear the little air jab there, just buzzing in the corner over by Tra, but he's just going to wait patiently in the basement, looking to see if this run out is a possibility. As you mentioned, you need those air jabs to prevent these sorts of plays. Looking just to try and see if he can draw an angle to it, and he found it. He's gone for it. He shoots it out, but doesn't run. So I like this, giving an option for later in the round. If they hear the gunshot, they'll be ready for it. You can now catch them unaware completely. As this swing from Orbit, well, they're all upside on rappel. There's no one quite in the line of sight for him here. So going to back away instead, and Orbit, losing a little bit of time, need to pick things up to get themselves into piano now.
And they're keeping that sense of paranoia alive. Ben, they're
Absolutely.
making them think that a player's always going to jump out or player's always going to be behind them. And the fact that they weren't able to get that confirmation, they do know that somebody is lurking down below, and they can't really do anything about it until he shows his face. But Piano has been taken, slowly trying to work their way towards Pixel with the assistance of these windows, with the assistance of these explosives to make it just a little bit easier. But down goes Giddy. There's that player that I talked about that finally showed his face and actually had the help of his friend Asian in that scenario. So now Orbit have to attack the site with 4 players alive. Still not a good amount of map control. You can see they're not really walking into Cigar with a lot of confidence, but Wimpy does peek, takes out Freak, and now that makes it just a little bit easier to flash some of these players, but it's still Arial Arise who eventually might fall against these attackers. There's just something about these rounds that fall in ways that they should not, but Poison has that LMG. He's got a lot of bullets that he can use to spray at those attackers. He's pushing out a freezer. He is the only player here, but he's not ready for Wimpy in cocktail. So Orbit, despite the fact that they were down, that seems to be the trend of this entire map so far, they win the round.
Yeah, that time ticking against them, right? They have to make a move, and Eventually, it's Wimpy picking up the gun, finding the kill onto the ward inside of storage, which is the linchpin for that hold. That gave them the opportunity to hold some of these longer angles down towards the Maestro, and they can start to walk into bar. They can start to move through storage to get Imrio onto this plant position on bins, and then start to put the round into their control, to make Arial Arise be the team that now has to make the aggressive stance to move out against them. And that's what happened, right? They hold the positions, they're watching on the long angles, one goes down, they immediately get the trade out for it, and secure themselves their first attacking win. And that's a lot more in line with the Orbit we saw yesterday, putting themselves in positions around the defense, just kind of waiting now. And they look for that opening. When they get the opening, they have a player watching an angle, ready to grab the kill, and everyone else starts to move forward off of that trigger. And, I mean, it worked well for them here. I want to see them now have that good same attack on the basement.
Right now, Kitchen, that was Orbit's round. Should have been Orbit's round. I mean, actually, no, excuse me. Should have been Arial Arise's round, but the fact that BJL was able to get a 3 kill by spraying down a singular hallway. You don't see that too often, but it was definitely exciting to see nonetheless. Tra going for a little bit of a drone spawn peek. The Echo is a very pivotal figure in the last time we saw Kitchen. You can see that 10-second timer. That is more than enough to get a little bit of an angle with that Yokai drone. Like I said, maybe they'll have a better time trying to get rid of these shields, actually root out that Echo, instead of just trying to take the gunfight.
Well, already making the change, bringing the Capitao instead of the Flores, using these asphyxiation bolts if they can land them over the top. They've burnt out the gate, so they can just send them on in, pair that with a nice timed swing or some flashes. You can see, Tron not really able to see anything, taking the burn damage, now has to try and find a safe spot or rotate out. And as he's running away from the fire, they walk in, take the gunfight. It's very unfair to fight back against. BJL on the back side of things, though, able to just grab himself a little double kill. And now, with Freak finally grabbing one back, there's only 2 left in play. Freak also on very low HP. Court's distracted by the action going on behind them with this flanking Nook. Sight's fallen. Yes, does get the first pick, but now has to try and retake Sight against 3.
I think I've heard this song and dance before, but clearly it was a record scratch. Nothing has came of that 1v3, and now Orbit, they just handled Arial Arise in that. They took Bakery like a good execute team should, and now they're all tied up. They probably might attack a Kitchen again. Nope, this time it's going to be reading Fireplace. So once again, a top-down take that was successful for Orbit to a degree. This game now feels like it can go any direction, and I'm really excited to see that already in map 1.
I do wonder now how we're going to see this change for the side of Orbit, a round in which they had that good start to, right? They start on the top floor, cleared out Piano, were able to deal with the little bit of utility that Arial Arise put up front very efficiently. One shield in the way, they stun it out, they use concussive to make sure there's no one swinging off of it, blow it up, move in, take the space. And they continued that clear through the top floor. They have players on East Repels, or just outside on the ledge, watching in through the windows to make sure these fullbacks are being caught out, to make sure that players from the side of Arial Arise can't walk away freely. You will secure those kills for the players upstairs. You've got to be able to have a way to lock down these pillar rotations, though, because that is what ultimately was their undoing. They try to drop in, they want to go for that plant control, they lose members, the players pulling the coverage above are forced down to take the space to re-get that kill, you lose it to the flanker. Got to find a way to hold on to these kills, just don't get caught out by that flank.
Flank Watch has been in trouble for Orbit in these early rounds, electing not to bring out the Nomad. Instead, it's mainly just going to be drones and claymores in this situation, BJL having those. But CZ on the Amaru, with the Finka, usually that does indicate that a team wants to get inside of that map. Usually it actually might be that new balcony window that they try, but as that Gone 6 is open, maybe they're trying to go for a little sneaky play as CZ decides to go for another angle, maybe inside of Cigar. They have to zip into a window. That's the only reason you're bringing Amari here.
Yeah, it was the Heaven window they went for when attacking onto Cocktail in the semi-final. Instead, going for the white window here. Right, gonna change his mind again. CZ doesn't want to commit to anything. And you know what? I appreciate this. Too many times you'll see players on that Amaru pick feel like they have to make the move in the opening 30 seconds or minute of a round. Instead, Orbit playing it very patiently here. They're waiting for the opportunity at which that Amaru is going to cause the most chaos. because you might die on the swing on in, but if you've got 3 other teammates walking through, that's going to work out fine for you. CZ, not needing the gadget to get the work done, is going to get a kill onto Asian. That's the Amai, so no longer have to worry about that. Court's trading out with BJL there, so you do lose Freak, you lose that pair of goggles, but a lot of this top floor now cleared out.
BGL finding another one. He has been a huge boon for Orbit in this one. 9-3 so far, but Poison just skims the head of the player on the window, trying to just slowly chip away at the 4v2 that they have. It's inches away. It's so close, but that SMG-11 is a very unwieldy piece of equipment. And now Orbit with a minute at their backs. They have a sledgehammer, they have a frag grenade, but they don't have a healer, as Poison finally used that machine pistol to good use and was able to take out a player. It's a 2v2. I'm feeling echoes of the last time we were here. It's a similar vein. As C4 goes out from Poison, it is going to be unsuccessful, but the SMG-11 still will not help this man, and it leaves all in the hands of Tra, and Giddy just finds that final kill, gives Orbit their 3rd round in a row after starting down 0-2, and they can very easily swing their way to a 4-2 lead going into the second half.
Yeah, bit of a warm-up comes through, now they are on fire. And that's what happens. When now you get to look at their final attacking round onto Kitchen once again, they should have this on lockdown. I want to see the adaptation come through from Arial Arise to figure out how they're going to hold on to Bakery for a little bit longer. Freak swapping onto that Jaeger is a partial answer. I do have a little bit of a concern that if the Capital comes out again, those Jaeger ADSs do not deny it. Something like the Wamai, where you get a little bit more utility. Even put the Wamai inside a Bakery so you get those gadgets as they come up, as they come off their cooldown. Maybe that will be a more direct counter, but it doesn't look like that Capital is going to come out for the second time here from the side of Orbit. Instead, a bit of a gridlock coming out. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. Maybe a little bit more focus on going top down and then using those tracks to deny the staircases.
I mean, I think that is a good play. Having some sort of operator designated to make sure that Poison isn't going to take out a player underneath, that Freak isn't going to take out a player just sneaking up behind you. Like, there's been so many situations where Arial Arise have been able to sneak away a free pick. And the fact that Orbit, I mean, yeah, they got round wins, but I feel like you still have problems. That if you go on to map 2, map 3, that is where they could really start to show, especially if Arial Arise start to lean on that. But so far, they've still got 3 rounds. A good adaptation from those early 2, and now BJL spots the Legion. I don't think they'll be able to really act upon it, especially now that Asian has just started to sprint around that second floor, but clearing out this top floor is a pretty pivotal part of working your way downwards, but surely they have to know that a player is about to walk up the white stairs. That's going to be a good part of the 3rd floor.
No one upstairs, so they can start to move on through. You can hear this first tracks being set up. Things coming through just to indicate, guys, there might be a little bit of action around here, but very quickly the Silhouette dropping down and away from action, just avoiding this sweep. It is all focused downstairs. And once again, you're seeing Arial Arise deploying not inside of the site for the reason of Nitty on that sledge can open up so much of the floor. You don't want to get caught out on these lines of sight because it's a lot harder to fight these vertical angles if you're standing on the middle floor looking down. Because you're just so much closer to the bars. You're closer to the bars, it's an easier angle, a bit wider for you. Gitty just reconstructing everything. The tracks can be dropped down to make some of these rotations through Bakery Wall a little bit more cumbersome for Tra to pull off. But until they walk downstairs, a lot of Arial Arise are very happy to sit still.
Thing to note, though, there's no C4, Ben. We have seen multiple explosive kills from underneath, and now that vertical play is going to start to find its groove. Down goes Freak, down goes Poison, and the attack has just really started to run on all cylinders. Inrio is inside of the site. He's going to put that plant down, and it might be a flawless round to get us finished off. Tra is just going to use that Yokai drone to give him a little bit of information, but he's in a nigh impossible scenario. All of Orbit players still left alive. A great shot onto Giddy, but Inrio right there for the trade. And how do you stop this rolling train that is Orbit? Arial Rise are hoping that the side swap will assist them in that scenario.
Map 1, Orbit's map, Cafe, map they dominated on before. You're looking at them coming in, they're back. Right, that last attack was beautiful to see. They got the space, they took time. They didn't rush themselves, they droned out the top floor, make sure no one gets caught off by someone hiding in a city corner or just pulling some sort of gimmick. You clear it carefully, you get downstairs, you start applying that vertical pressure. When they have enough vertical pressure, when they know, okay, no one's playing inside of sight anymore, that's when they take a little bit of time to have the drones come through, spot where players are, and make very well-educated rotations to catch people off, to isolate members of this defense. First kill comes through, they get poison on the smoke inside of VIP because there's one on the window behind him, there's a couple walking down the stairs, one drops the hatch into sight. You can't fight off this many angles, you're going to get caught off with no support. See, I mean, CZ does CZ things, just grabs himself a quick double kill, which then basically puts the nail in the coffin, right? There's no real way you're going to win that 1 versus 5 outside of some sort of freak incident, and that didn't happen. Orbit, very good at cleaning out that round, and a very clinical, very good textbook attack onto the kitchen side of the Cafe.
Yeah, that was the word that was bouncing around in my head, was clinical. And once they got there on their groove, I think the best round that we saw, round 4, they just continue to roll on forward. And now Arial Rise. The first attack was rough for Orbit. Is that going to be the way for Arial Rise? And they can't really afford that. They are down 2 rounds on the first map. And Wimpy does spot a player, but he's staying towards the window. Does he want to go for the re-peek or hang out around? Still provide that small little threat that could be a Cafe. The ever threat it is from the inside and those windows is going to stay hidden for now. As Arial Rise still use their drones, still find out where these players are, and that is going to assist them as they work through that top floor down to the second of the site.
Well, piano is important for this attack. It's train and dining, which, you know, one of the sites that is a little bit quirky. Historically very popular. Back in year 2, it was kind of the second you'd go to. Given at the time, the only other real option was the kitchen was terrible. Tra, able to get the first pick onto CZ, takes down a dot as well. So especially on a setup like this, where you want to be able to sustain in these key positions, looking into piano to deny the vertical, someone like Doc, who has those stims, who can constantly rejuvenate the team, is very, very important for this hold. BGL just gets a little bit over-aggressive as well, trying to find up lost ground and cut away. Gitty does do a great job to grab one of those kills back and escape with their life. But things for Orbit looking a little less comfortable than they were a couple seconds ago.
There's one man that I believe can change the tide. It is Wimpy. Drops down laundry hatch, but doesn't stay too far from the action, and now has taken out Freak, meaning that there is really no direct counter to that pulse, besides maybe the skeleton key rooting him out from up above, but most importantly, that equals the man count. Ben. Arial can now use the 60 seconds that they had to slowly chip away at the floor, slowly chip away at that reinforced tab to give them an inside of the site. But as long as that pulse is still here, you will have that active information that could be gotten at pivotal moments, the last 20 seconds to see where that diffuser is headed. But so far, nobody from Arial Rise truly hops down onto the site, and just as I say that, down drops 2. Quartz is able to get the kill, possibly enabling Poison to get inside the site, but they choose to go elsewhere, trying to bait it out a different site, but Wimpy has the angle, he drops the diffuser, and now Tra is going to fall as well, and Arial Rise, they had everything, they had site, they had map, and it only leaves it in the hands of Quartz, doesn't have anything. Wimpy just has to wait behind the corner. He doesn't need to hit the shots, Ben, because he has done his job, and Orbit just swing their way onto a bigger lead than they already had.
Yeah, Wimpy didn't even want the kill. Just letting them know he was just around the corner. Exactly. Yeah. Who needs kills when you can play the mental game and just make your opponent know they looked at the right spot? They just didn't look hard enough. And Orbit, they did it. Did exactly what you need to do there on the defense. It's all about playing that horizontal roam, right? You have players up above. They did a great job stalling out the push into Piano. Yeah, you lost the Doc, you lost the Jaeger as well, but it didn't matter because the rest of the team pulled back a little bit. They gave that space, they knew what was safe to give away, and they understood the objective of how they wanted to play the round after that. You move down to trenches, you have players in reading, you're watching entrances to both sides of the site. What happens to Poison when he wants to come into Fireplace to get that plant down? Crouch walks through the Fireplace, gets beamed down immediately, and there was no great attempt from Arial Arise to deal with this pressure outside of the site. Another example of why, if you're going for a site that can be exposed, you can't just focus on the site. You need to play around the space outside of it to make the site itself clear. If they'd gone into mining instead, you have Gitty just waiting on that pulse to shoot people through the wall on the side.
It's kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. And I think Orbit have done a great job at being patient and forcing Arial Rise in a lot of situations to do that. Asian gets spawn peeked by the one and only Wimpy all the way from VIP with the SMG-11. We didn't see that shot, but surely that had to be a nice shot, and that just boosts Orbit beyond, because Twitch, you need to be alive to use her gadget.
One of the many drawbacks of that shock drone, right? You can't do it post-mortem for some reason. And, I mean, there was that change at one point where they were like, yeah, you're going to use drones after you die, and
Oh my god.
the response to that was,
Oh,
let's
that's
just
a
say
horrible
mixed.
idea.
There was some mixed feedback that came from that, hence why it doesn't exist in the game. Bringing out the Monty is a classic on Cafe when your attacks aren't having the right impact that you would have wanted to. Historically, we've always seen it come through on Cafe because the map is so divided by long, thin corridors where you grab that shield and you just walk forward with Larock. And, I mean, there's not much you can really do, right? You have someone like Freak playing beside you. You just know they're going to take the swings, they're going to take these gunfights. And Poison is one of these players who has looked the most consistent on Montaigne throughout the season.
There has been times where teams have elected to bring that Monty, and it's only hurt them. I'm thinking of West Garfield Park and their playoff run. Yeah, I saw the 7-1. They tried to bring Monty on bank, was not successful, but Poison, I think in the situation that this team is in, they're down a player. Poison has to be a threat. He cannot just be an immobile drone that watches all his teammates die around him. He does have a pistol, and Monty should use that pistol to provide pressure or do something. As Arial Arise, there really wasn't much roaming up on that third and second floor, so they can use that time to create holes in the floor, but nobody on Orbit is giving them the time of day. There's flashbangs, but no frag grenades that are used to root out a player, and now Poison is inside the site. Freak is going to assist him, but Wimpy finds his second of the round, and now the attack is seeming to sputter. They need to find a kill to get them back on track, but this Echo, its Sonic Blast may give them a chance, but Poison, he just says, you know what, I'm putting this thing on down. And now Arial Rise finds 2, finds 3, as Trust stops Wimpy from going on a rampage into this round. And now Poison can use that mighty shield just to pressure a lot of these players back. And a great job by this team. Remain calm in the face of utter defeat and stay the course, win the round, keep yourself in it.
You said exactly what was going to happen, V. Poison on that Montaigne needed to be a big focal point that draws the attention of Orbit, and it did just that. Walks in, starts putting that diffuser down, the Echo has to respond to it, has to put out those yokais to try and disorientate them, and I will say, got a little bit unfortunate on the timing of that last plant, because it hit the Montaigne in the split second of that opening the case animation where it isn't going to interrupt it, because it doesn't count as being an animation. So, a little bit later, I mean, I don't think it changes the round, because the montage immediately sets it down again. But that is one thing that's kind of thrown in the mix that you can always pull out to. Arial Rise just put themselves in the right position, especially Try, just ready inside of Freezer, just watching. Because so much focus, again, is drawn onto that Montaigne. And that's exactly what you need it to do. They pulled it off perfectly. And that's a great example of teams who are allowed to bring out the Monty. They have the Golimolu seal of approval for bringing out shields.
Yeah, you gotta rubber stamp it. I
Exactly.
think that's not enough. to solidify that when they bring Monty out, they're definitely cooking something. Ben,
Yeah,
but
you get a little
electing
certificate.
what was that?
You get a little certificate. We have a whole ceremony for it. I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to certify that would be the liquid like esports certification that there was for April Fools. Congratulations, Poison. You have earned the esports expert approval. Your certificate will be in the mail. But actually, they don't have the Monty for this route, Ben. They're bringing out kind of the old-fashioned, a good set of frag grenades. The IQ that is designed to counter a Valk or a Pulse that was here on the previous site. But no spawn peaks this time, which is already a better start.
Well, this is going to give them the option to start to make use of this nook to creep in down below and try and come up one of these staircases for a little bit of a cheeky flank. How is this top floor hold going to be dealt with, though? That's the biggest thing on my mind. Is it even going to matter? Is Nook already around by brown stairs here, V? In position to walk up and put a little bit of work into the side of the defense. So far, with such little pressure on the upstairs, it's not going to have enough effect as both Poison and Freak go down, trying to play on these repels, really backfiring, but there's that stab. There's that Nook getting the first kill.
Yeah, and I think that keeps Arial Arise in. That was the whole problem with Orbit in the last round, is that they really couldn't stop Arial Arise from still being confident. And Nook, she's pretty sneaky, but she still has a heart. Now, Caveira, that's still up for debate. But Giddy was able to spot Asian through the wall. You could see CZ was kind of going on the hunt. But for now, Asian is still up on the second. He's still going to try to provide a threat. And Trau has been a big player. Catches Wimpy twiddling his thumbs, playing, I don't know, Angry Birds on his phone, whatever. But that keeps them in the round by equalizing things out. And Asian takes even more damage. And then the chaos, it just does not stop, Ben, because BJN now is the next player to fall.
2 versus 3, 50 seconds still for Arial Arise to push this over the line. Spotting the Frost on the drone there at the last second, so no, they can go for the swing on the corridor, but loses the gunfight to CZ. And now you lose that pressure from 90, still on white stairs, and gifted another kill. The angles opened up by Orbit being used against them because they don't have the awareness to recognize where these Arial Arise members are moving to, constantly in motion. Gitty, looking through the rotation, is caught off immediately by Tra. And Arial Arise, they put the round together. That was superb. Just everything they did there was just being in the right place at the right time, using these long angles. That the Orbit defense was set up to contest, to make life difficult for Arial Arise to progress through, to walk forwards, and they just flipped that on its head.
Okay, I'd like to reiterate. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Orbit has not got just 1, but 2 entry picks by really making sure that they have a lot of map control, and then it just fizzles away. Arial Arise, they get 1, they get 2, they've won 2 rounds in a row, where honestly, Ben, Orbit really should have maintained control and probably won the round and won the map by now, but instead they keep Arial Arise in the entire map and allow them to get that confidence that you really don't want a lot of teams to get. And going on to the second floor site, which seems, I don't know what it is about the bar site, but teams have really been avoiding this site. I mean, is there a reason, you think?
For me, it's the classic way that Siege runs. It's a very cyclical game, right? In that people run a site, you get used to knowing how to attack it. The win percentage kind of shifts, attackers have a better chance. The defense has to have something that changes the board for it. And the Jaeger were my meta 2 years ago now, which makes me feel really old, is the classic sort of example of the top floor working out so well. You'd invest shields, magnets, ADSs. That all kind of got nerfed away, and we saw a change with now Aruni's being used, sometimes Mira thrown in the mix. Azami is the new form of that. You just have more explosives than actual catch, and it still makes it very hard to clear out. Without that Azami, it's a lot easier to get that initial space, and you end up so close to the site itself. You have piano control, you can walk in and go for the plant immediately if you want to, and that's why I think we're starting to see the shift away from bar to teams wanting sites that force attackers to invest more utility further away from site to drain the pool of resources before they actually need to go for that execute.
I mean, mining, you still need to go through that top floor. So it's essentially trying to fight not two sites at once, but you need to gain a large amount of map control. CZ, he gets knocked and just back right up like nothing ever happened. That's the power of the dock. And now he's just able to maintain his position over by the bathroom now. And not only did that drain a little bit of utility from this Arial Arise team, it's draining some map control. It's draining some time, excuse me, as well. And that's really the one thing you want. CZ takes a little bit more damage, but you know what he's got, Ben? He's got a nice little stimmy. Put himself up on full health and just go right back to where he was.
And still just being a problem. As I say that, Quartz immediately shuts him down. So, no longer a problem. That top floor now being, for the most part, cleared out, and you're seeing the remaining members of Orbit drop down below, and again, picking up very similar positions to what we saw them playing the last time. It's Wimpy over by the pillars this time instead. Nice little bit of vertical play, though, from Quartz to spot out Imrio. Get that kill, free up a little bit of space inside of mining. Makes that window and the bottom of red stairs a little bit more accessible with some of that removed pressure. Instantly walks into a pog mat. So Imrio, from beyond the grave, getting a little bit of revenge. Still alive, though. Just down to 20 HP.
That's just one of those frost mats where it doesn't really do anything. Like, yeah, it takes you down to 20 health. It's just more of an annoyance. More than anything else. Like, you scream out like, God! Imrio! You! But I think Quartz, he's still got a frag grenade. He's still got a sledgehammer, and he is going to use about 15 seconds left. I mean, Poison is probably going to hop in this window. Most assuredly, there will be a frostband beneath it. But now Orbit, they're able to stop the flow for now. But Giddy, he has a heart scanner, and he's got a C4. And Tra, he goes over to an indestructible surface where Giddy does spot him, and the C4 will not hit. Big brain by Tra, forcing Giddy to walk up brown stairs and honestly meet a fate worse than death, giving Arial Arise the tie. Well, it is an eventual death. A little bit of a back and forth peekaboo situation between the two, but either way, Orbit are fully going to request a timeout, and a one they most assuredly need now that they've dropped 3 rounds in a row.
This is the issue with running sites that are a little bit off meta. Your classic 4th round rotation sites, things that you don't really see a lot of teams pick up, and there's usually reasons for that. And train mining, when you lose access to it, the pulse idea, very cute, very nice. You see a lot of teams try and adapt it. We saw a little bit of play from OXG at the end of Stage 3 last year's circuit. They tried to pull it out a couple of times, and while there's definitely ways to make it successful, like we saw Orbit already do this map, if you do lose that control and you are forced out, the kills can come through very quickly because of how exposed you are. And trying to play from below, there's not an amazing way to deny that plant. You kind of have to rely on having your teammates set up predetermined holes in the ground where you go in, this is the hole that I throw my nitro cell through if I want to land it in this corner, this is for this corner, and so on. Because, I mean, we saw what happened, right? There's no good way to draw that line of sight from the C4 onto the player getting that diffuser down. They're going to be safe in the corner. And trying to retake up the staircase is so hard on Cafe because of how narrow and tight those turns are. There's not a lot of freedom to look for wider angles or try and catch people off quickly. Always going to be an uphill battle, quite literally. And so, instead, Arial Arise making adjustments from their last time they attacked here and pulling off a good job. And now, Orbit, they will get to return to Reading and Fireplace. They will get to play out this top floor hold again. But it's going to be a lot more important for them to get this win here to push themselves to that match point.
Can I be honest? I don't understand why the pulse is still being brought when it hasn't really been successful. I know it is a little bit more popular on reading than something like mining.
Yeah.
You're always going to have that, but Valkyrie is in play. I think she provides a lot more value than Pulse, especially because it's a lot more passive. You don't need to bring out that Pulse scanner. You can have a teammate watch the black eye camera, ping for you. You can do everything while having that information be fed to you. And overall, just like the Pulse hasn't been working. It hasn't been giving Orbit anything because they've lost 3 rounds in a row, Ben.
Okay, V. You're right. But hear me out.
Okay.
When you play Pulse and you have the sensing, you feel so crafty. It's such a great feeling to see the little dot and you hear the little
Victory
beep.
feels a
and it's-
little better, I'm gonna be honest.
And you're just watching, they stand still for a moment, you just go, yeah, yeet, boom. And you grab that kill, it's the best feeling ever. The attacker's stuck there without a hands, and look, you get that mastermind feel also from the Black Eye setups, where you're like flicking through your cameras, Five Nights at Freddy's style. But I just think, for this setup, the Pulse gives you more flexibility for information, and if you're posted up inside a reading, you can cover a lot of space, and you can also get that coverage for a Nook if something was to go right. Now, this is being brought here by Arial Arise, but that's something that Orbit will have in the back of their mind, because, well, it did kind of work a little bit at the start for them last time.
Yeah, and you can see he's kind of prepping that window. A flash grenade is going to be thrown, followed by a friend, which assuredly to root out that pixel area. And CZ is a smart man. He backs off, but okay, there's the frag grenade. It required a second one in the only set of frag grenades that Arial did decide to bring out, but it was enough to make sure that Cigar is a little bit more holdable. And that's really all that Arial Arise really needs at this point. All they need is an in, and Orbit has not been able to stop that monstrous momentum that this attacking team has worked off of. CZ flirts with death, but takes out Freak, who is struggling a little bit on this map. 3 and 11. Poison does follow, but we've seen this situation before. Ben, Arial Arise has gone down 3 to 5, and yet they've still won the map in certain situations, but maybe something's different.
Well, with the time available to Orbit to sit back, everything's on Arial Arise, and flexibility is one of the traits they've been praised for the most throughout the season, and with what they've got left, they're going to have to be pretty flexible to find something that works. Only one breaching round left in the pocket of Asian. No frag grenades. Things are looking potentially a little bit difficult for them.
It was me. It was me. I didn't do it. I hate the fact that sometimes we have technical problems. But yes, it was 5 to 5, and maybe we'll get back like to go into overtime or something really exciting, because I think we were definitely getting to a good point where Orbit had a man count lead, and yes, Arial Arise have found ways back, but like I said, the time was coming up against them. They still had that top floor, and fingers crossed they actually went around they should.
Yeah, when there's a minute left on the clock and you're trying to find a way to push through, there's still Castle set up to the cocktail, they have White Stairs control covered as well. It's not a fun thing to try and push yourself through. And I think with the way in which the setup from Orbit's coming out and how well they are pulling back from the situation, I do wonder what Arial Arise needs to kind of break this chokehold that they constantly find themselves in. Yes, it's working out for them. They can be down 2 members and find kills. But I don't... It shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be, V. And
yeah, no,
if you're
you're
relying
right.
constantly, just relying constantly on someone coming up big, you can't have this happen throughout map after map. And there's a disconnect on these entries. Arial Arise usually so good at getting information in, getting players in on their drones to take gunfights. I don't know if it's the window play that's really throwing them off, because it always seems to be Wimpy getting the better of someone over on East Repel.
Yeah, and I'm trying to take a look at the entries. You still have Orbit, who is going to kind of take a lot of control on the early on, but it's that lack of an advantage by actually getting that entry. They don't work off of it. They don't really do anything with it, and that allows Arial Arise to maintain their composure, actually find a way back into the round, and then I said it before, momentum is a very big thing, and they work off of it beautifully. It's still 5-5. We don't know the score just yet. We will update you on that. I think we are gonna like pause the round so we do get to see potentially what would be the last round, or you know, 4 or it's 6-5, which is crazy. I don't know who's winning, but the score is still 6-5. Ben.
So Orbit are up 6-5. That's the call we're getting now. So that's the way to break it. You can see it on your screens in front of you as well. So that does mean we finally saw it, V. They held a 2-kill advantage. Let's go. They did it. They broke the curse. And I mean, look, it had to happen eventually, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you eventually stop ramming your head into a wall. Like, you become numb to it, and you find a way around it. Now, granted, Orbit has been playing well, but there's also been areas where maybe they should be doing a little bit better. But I mean, like I said, like way early on, it's map 1. We've still got potentially 4 maps to go. It might be a long night that I hope is not riddled with technical problems, because it is going to be a nightmare if that happens.
I'm sure it'll be smooth sailing from here on out. You've got to will it into existence, right? Like lots of other things, but while we get the players back together, while we try and sort out the ensemble, we are going to jump to a very short break. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back very soon. We will have to catch you in a minute.
Like Poison says in chat, woo! We're back. Not too long in between the break, but Arial Arise. They've had a little bit longer to think about how they want to react, how they want to send Orbit into overtime on the first map of a best of 5. I said we could be here a long time. Can you imagine if we go to overtime on all these maps? Which I would like to remind you, I believe we have infinite OT. I don't asterisk, but...
Yeah, that's going to be a long one. Infinite OT is so fun. I love it. It makes for an amazing watch, because one of the teams has to break the cycle. And sometimes that's really difficult to do. Now, we're looking at this, and you spoke about it, the Arial Arise. They get a little bit of a timeout in between to figure out how they want to attack it. And more importantly for me is Orbit's choose to defend again, right? And what do you come in with here? What do you change up? The Monty has come back for Poison, and this is something that really threw them the last time around. It diverted so much attention. You have to expect that it's a possibility it comes back. What is their game plan to deal with it? Poison moving very slowly and trying to kind of hide the sound of that shield for as long as possible. A lot of focus on clearing out Bakery and utility invested to get those Selmas onto the wall, but with very little pressure on Imrio here. Just shoot it out.
Yeah, well, maybe they may be just trying to distract a lot of these defenders. But Arial Rise, they focus over towards Bakery, and now with that Monty, they will push forward. A Jaeger is spotted, and the player behind half wall. As Poison does get stunned, he's barely alive, but he's able to get out. And as long as he is still alive, that is really all that matters. But now Arial Rise, they know that there is a yokai inside a Bakery, and they just can't push forward without a really well-timed impact EMP or a frag grenade. But CC's able to peek prep. He deals a little bit more damage to Quartz. And I think if Arial Rise, if they keep trying their hand at getting inside a Bakery, I do not see a world in which it ends well.
It's beautiful to see when teams are able to make adaptations like this to deal with the Monty and just massacre in the doorway. Right, if you make changes to your operator lineup and it works out and you overcome a task, brilliant. If you can just make playstyle adaptations in between rounds to completely hard counter Poison like they did, you have the backup inside of Bakery like they did to make this position shored up. Both Asian and Tra have both found a kill now. We're down to the 3 versus 2. There's still a minute, but a little bit of damage on this Jackal. That Inox tracker will be very pivotal at trying to find isolated gunfights for the remaining attackers of Arial Rise to lock down. If you can isolate defenders, you can swing the tide of this round.
We've seen Orbit blow a 3v5, but most assuredly, could not blow a 2v5. With Tra going down, it is all going to be up to Asian to stop Orbit from winning map 1. New source of information taken out, leaving Orbit blind, at least for now. Asian, so close to stepping inside of the site, he will, but not before giving a little bit of a shot, an audible confirmation that yes, he is near the site. Crouching, pushing towards this freezer area. One is behind the bar, but is there a second yokai inside of the actual site itself? And actually, nobody is inside of the site. You're going to be forced into a crossfire, and Asian, he is just a bat heading straight into a wall in that scenario. So Orbit do a great job at countering the Arial Rise attack. They win 7-5 on Cafe, and we avoid infinite overtime for now.
Didn't think that Cafe would come this close, just because we haven't seen a ton of Arial Rise on it, and Orbit have looked really good. Arial Rise, phenomenal job to disrupt and slow down Orbit as best they could, but ultimately a team that is very comfortable on a map, the first pick it in the best of 5 for a reason, and they showed it. They get that important map win, and putting themselves on that first map victory when it's their map pick at the start of the best of 5 is a great start for them, especially when you're looking down the rest of this lineup with Bank. Also on the cards, another map where Poison can flex this Monty if they need it to clear out some space, but ultimately Arial Rise will be a lot more comfortable. Very happy with the outcome of this first game though, bit of excitement, some plenty of clutches to come through as well. Maybe a few too many, if I'm being completely honest though. 3v5 should not be flipping this frequently.
Yeah, no, it is map 1, though. So you have Orbit, they come out, they slap Arial Rise all the way down. It was their map pick, but it was still a close one. And I think that is the most exciting part about all of this, is that we've got a good game ahead of us. We are not having Viper's Arial Rise Academy like we did in the last year, where it was really all AAA from beginning to end. No, you are going to witness a back and forth battle all the way to the end. We're gonna head it back to the desk to get a little bit of analysis on what you just saw.
Beautiful matchup that we just got to witness. A lot of back and forth, a lot of exploitation of each other's weaknesses. I'd love to actually hear what you guys are thinking about what we just watched. Klims, let's start with you.
Orbit was really nice at getting the opening pick. I mean, they found it in all but 4 rounds, so overall they dominated that segment. That's going to be huge for them because Arial Rise are typically that team that finds the opener so often. They did a good job just in the beginning round overall. Like, I love the entry of the round for Orbit, but it was that mid round where they kind of started to stutter. They started the map off strong at that 4-2 split. Once they got to the attacking or defensive side rather, though, that's where things started to get a little shaky. Arial Rise started to win out more of those mid rounds. Eventually, Orbit called a nice little timeout, got to reset themselves, and they found out a way to win Cafe.
Beautiful fashion for sure, and I'm pretty sure there's some opinions coming out of the other side of the side of our analyst desk here. Yeti, what did you see some key points from tonight so far?
Well, I think this game honestly should have been over 7-2 in favor of Orbit. They threw 3 rounds. One round was a 5v3, another round was a 5v2, where Arial just had amazing post plant cover for their Monty, and then yeah. So a lot of mid rounds lost, a lot of mid rounds thrown. I thought Orbit looked really good this map. I thought Arial obviously was just taking a lot of really good advantage in the round. Orbit. Stuttering.
Hey, it happens to all of us at one point on the desk. Don't even worry about it. Just shake it off. But let's talk about some actual statistics here. We do have our end of round stats here that are going to come up on the screen. Clips. So actually, no, not those yet. Highlights. Let's go through some highlights real quick. But yeah, so Clips, walk us through. Actually, no, hold on. My poor little brain is not working right now. So you know what?
I messed
Everybody
everything
can
up.
laugh at me. Yeah, I know, because I'm like sitting here thinking, I'm like, hold on, we're doing the round recap, and Yeti, that's you.
Yeah. So this is round 2. This is a really good early round from Orbit. They're gonna get the opening pick here. They're gonna take full top control. As you see, they're just utilizing the windows and just slowly just kind of piecing their way through the map, which is why I kind of think Cafe is just a good map for these guys. Like I said, they like to take it slow. They like to use the external map. Basically, the way the map's just laid out, there's a lot of outside pressure that you can easily access from the outside. They're just going to pull on the windows, just slowly clear through the top floor. There's BGL getting the opening pick. The defense is going to stall a little bit of time here with the smokes and just a player on white stairs. But as you can see, the defense is just going to slowly fall off. CZ makes a really good play here. He's going to run through the smoke and kill the smoke, putting his team in a 5v3 advantage. So basically a flawless roam clear, just getting all this map control for free, quite literally. I mean, no one died on the side of Orbit. They're left with about a minute left to work this execute, and they're just gonna kind of piece by piece here just set up for that. Gonna wait for a Wimpy to rappel down and die here in a second. I don't know what Wimpy's doing, but CZ gets that pick back here in a second, and then it's gonna be a 4v2. Now right here, they don't really use what's the time that's left to drone out this pillar area, and they don't have anyone here to watch for the swing either. So this is where Arial just play this flawlessly. They take advantage of the clock. They take advantage of the sloppy decisions that Orbit are making. And as you see, you get down to a 2v2. Asian retakes above. He has the hole, so he can stop. A little bit of whiff. Yeah, and then Asian's going to be above. He's going to deny this lady plant, this default plant. Orbit realizes they have to rotate, and Asian has a huge big brain read off the comms from his teammates. Kills Case and hides. And Diddy has no time to win the round. So this is a huge clutch. This is one of those rounds I was talking about where Orbit should have closed it out and would have helped this map be over.
Yeah, I mean, really, I love the way that Arial were able to play that retake. But I want to go back and talk about how Orbit cleared, right? They do so good of just step-by-step working their way around the map. And I can't wait to see how that transitions into Bank, because Arial Arise are going to be roaming. They're going to roam heavy. You know that they love to play that roam game with Freak, with Asian, courts running around, right? So how are you going to step-by-step those bodies out, especially with how much bigger Bank is than Cafe? Cafe, you could already roam a good bit, fall off. Bank is even better for that. So how are you going to handle and mitigate those rotations? You're gonna have to split up a little bit more. You gotta put that lobby player, you gotta do a couple more extra things. And with how long it takes Orbit to set up for their attacks, that could hurt them going into Bank.
Yeah, and when the power goes out and the internet goes out along with it, you lose a broadcast. My name is Phoenix Blaze, and I'm your host for this evening, and I think I need to wake up our two analysts, Yeti and Clips. Guys, show's back on. We're live again. Come on, wake up. I know you guys need your beauty sleep, but we got broadcast to get through tonight.
2 years later.
I was getting a little nap. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little power nap there.
Yeah, I feel
Ready
rested.
to go.
I mean, at least somebody got some sleep. That's all I gotta say. But yeah, let's just jump right into, talking a little bit about Bank. We were trying to do it earlier, but everything kind of went south broadcast-wise. But yeah, so what we saw Arial Rise do on Cafe, how are we going to translate that into Bank?
Oh, all right. Third time's the charm. So I've said this same thing 3 times now. You have never heard it. But Bank, this is Ariel's pick. I said it before Cafe even started that I expect this map to be over in a dominant fashion for Ariel. This map's just bigger, it's boxier. Orbit likes to take their time, clear the entire map, or take large parts of map control and just kind of choke out the bomb site and work and execute. I feel like Bank's natural structure just really kind of plays against them in this fashion. So they need to find ways to be either really efficient taking large pieces of map control or section off pieces of the map and do minimals. But yeah, I think Orbit's got the uphill battle here for this one.
I gotta agree, right? Like, I think that this is just a map that better suits Arial Rise overall. Orbit, they take such a long time on their attack, on their clears, right? They gotta work top down. They're a step-by-step team. They like going for 20-second meta executes no matter what map they're on. It's gonna be difficult to do that on a map like Bank because of how large it is, right? So you're gonna see quite a struggle from Orbit facing the clock. I think that's gonna be their biggest enemy in this map.
So this brings up what could sound controversial question. Are you saying that, Clips, size matters when it comes to the map?
Really? Yeah, okay.
I had to.
Abby.
I had to.
No comment.
Yeah. I think Xander and I are just gonna. I think that one's
Man.
mess.
Next question.
The collegiate
watch the
player and the
PowerPoint.
pro league player can't answer the whole size matters thing. You know what? All right,
Nope.
guys, fair enough.
Nope.
Fair enough.
We're not experts. Well, we're not experts.
I'm a gamer.
Yeah, that's all we do. We just focus on playing video games, right?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, isn't that what we really all are? We're just all gamers, pretty much in love with the same game.
Yep.
When our
that
internet
sounds-
functions, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Or in the unfortunate case of one of our aerial players, their power stays on. So we just had a lot of technical issues tonight, but we're definitely ready to get back in a game here soon. But other than obviously kind of like the obvious points between going from Cafe to Bank, I know we were mentioning a little bit earlier this is going to be a very Arial Arise dominated map. If Arial Arise indeed wins this next map, what would Orbit need to do in order to pick up that slack and kind of power forward and push us potentially to all 5 maps?
Yeah, I mean, for attack, like I said, Orbit's really just got to be able to like effectively do somewhat of a minimal like style attack. Like, understand like if they're going to be showing heavy roams on the primary bomb sites, that they need to be able to just take chunks, hold on to those chunks, and work towards like taking the site from the few defenders that are down there, or just, I mean, yeah, that's Bank's just a really hard map to attack any other way, in my opinion. I think the most successful teams in this map just find a way to just hit the site as quick as possible with the least amount of map control possible. And then for Orbit on defense, same thing. They just gotta don't let Freak just walk into the building and collect. Like, I think we saw really well in Cafe. If you don't let the entries do their job for Ariel, they struggle. And then it puts the ball in the court of Ariel to clutch up these rounds. And relying on players to win man advantages and clutches is not a very consistent winning tactic.
Yeah, and Clips, I want to hit on a point that Yeti made kind of during our our little areas like where we're watching the maps and stuff. One thing that he did mention was that Ariel had a tendency of throwing the advantage. Could you elaborate a little bit about your own opinion of that?
Both teams do. I think, especially in this matchup, we see Ariel and Orbit, both teams that do throw the advantage a little bit. That's why that Cafe game was so close, is Orbit were just throwing man advantage after man advantage. You also saw in the first round where BJL found 3 really easy kills from Arial Rise throwing away that advantage. That's something that Ariel have kind of trended towards throughout the whole season. You saw it a lot in their game versus Arial Rise Academy, and just throughout the season overall, you do see Arial Rise have these tendencies where they get a little too confident, a little too overzealous, and decide to go for some crazy plays, nonetheless. So I want to see both teams kind of relax, play their crossfires, play as a team better, not get too antsy at the end of the rounds.
All right, so we're wanting to see some more structured play style, but we're pretty much all in agreement that this is an aerial focused map. So I hope they are awake, because I know that was a nice little time to take a nap, but we got to give it back over to our casters so we can get this game started, because I know everybody's ready. I'm ready. My wonderful desk analysts are ready. Light Rose, Golu, take us to bank.
Yes, well, we are back. Okay, well, it doesn't really work when the graphic moves. Yes, we are back, and it was a very enjoyable break, 30 minutes or so, and we can finally continue with the second map, potentially out of 5. Then I said we have a long night ahead of us. It is a longer night, and I hope you are ready to go into bed.
It's gonna be a little bit of time before we get to the end of this, I think. And with Orbit having taken our first map, Cafe went their favor. Bank coming in, Arial Arise's map pick, a map they should be very ready to take us to. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're gonna bring to the table. There's lots of options available for teams to play Bank out, and it's a map that changes kind of as we see it. It came back in after that hiatus, that little bit of time where Ubisoft took it out. They felt, you know what, we'll get a bit of change in. It's back. It's been very similar to how it was before, but now we're seeing those... how things like Castle are going to be used. I doubt we're going to see that Azami slip through the ban phase, but if it does, how that can be used to reshape the map, give these bunkers for the Arial Arise to play very, very aggressively on their defensive side of things. But it's Orbit that starts on the defense, and that means they get to start off the bans here. And V, you're already seeing it. I heard you make the noise. That Montaigne's been taken away.
I like that. I mean, it makes sense as well, because on Bank, you will see teams who don't usually bring a Montaigne, and now that we've already seen that Arial Arise are competent with stick and poison on the shield, taking Montaigne out makes all the sense in the world. You still leave out Ying, which I think can be a powerhouse on Bank, and I am expecting her to be brought, potentially as well as Dekebi. Those two, I think, can make a big difference, but the defensive bans are going to be pretty important as well. Kai to make sure those hatches are a little bit easier, and then this final defensive ban is Zami or Solus. Has to be one of the two. I think Solus would make sense with how important Bank is, but it's Echo, which that one doesn't make as much sense as the Montaigne ban, but it's still different, which I will always like.
I have to say, on a personal level, a little bit upset. Monty, Echo, near and dear to my heart. But for this game, brilliant bans coming out from Orbit. I think Echo on a map like Bank that is so widespread, you're looking especially at that basement. That's like one of your classic bread and butter Echo sites, where there's a lot of terrain, there's a lot of debris that you can hide those yokais behind, jump them up. You're expecting a lot of late executes to be coming through here today. This is really tight little bit of ban work from Orbit to disrupt Arial Arise early on. The Monty is going to slow them down if they wanted to bring it. There's a good chance they don't, but we have seen teams lean in, especially on attacking the top floor, to these kind of spiral-sided takes, where they'll use that shield to give them that free space up towards the top floor.
Well, he's not here. And you know who is? Caveira. Giddy hopping on the sneaky woman, avoiding all those drones by hiding behind the long desk. And depending on how Arial Arise, how they want to attack this can go one of two ways. Either it will be very successful, because right now Orbit only have one player inside of the site of Wimpy, and Asian is getting very close to encountering him. Actually chooses to back away, but you can really tell Orbit are centering themselves around this roam. I mean, Oryx, Solus, Caveira, Jaeger, they are really making sure that Arial Arise are not going to have fun around the site. And already, Inrio just goes completely unaccounted for, but Wimpy finds the first kill of Asian, who seems to try to actually enter server after deciding not to earlier.
Yeah, and Gitty on cameras at the moment means they are keeping an eye out for players coming on flanks. They do lose CZ, but Imrio very quick to grab a kill back, just hiding patiently on the top of square. We saw it very briefly earlier on, a missed drone. They just didn't check the corner that the Jaeger was hiding in, and that's given them a free kill over, fallen all the way back to Archives now, as we're starting to see the drones from Arial Arise getting ever closer to these roamers. You have to check upstairs again, because they now don't know where this Jaeger could possibly be hiding, and it's eating so much time away. Gitty behind the table. Oh, they've been heard. They've been heard.
I saw so many futures where that would have been the coolest play. We got an interrogation. Nothing. And instead of Arial Arise falling to the Squeaky Woman, they instead get a little bit of a comeback. Inside of the round, the desk, we talked about how much Orbit really gave Arial Arise, how they gave them a way back into the round when they shouldn't. It's why Cafe was so close. Will it make Bank close? Hatch is going to get opened. The execute, it's getting close, but not there yet.
And now, try using the hard breach openers to get these hatches open on up, give themselves that luck down in towards the site. Candela's being able to be deployed to give the cover for the drop. Freak does get the pick onto Imrio to cover the plant, going down from poison, and there's no nitro cells, there's no disruption to try and interfere with it. So they very successfully get this down the, and now look at the movement from the attack. They are backing up, they are backing away, and Wimpy, the only player alone inside a site, goes down. BJL is able to get one flank kill though.
And that might be a little bit of a way to insert himself into the narrative. Poison, he is bleeding out. He's on about 20 HP, and Freak is hit, but the time is really gonna kill BJL here. He's got 5 seconds at this point, just took too long getting between the site, and now it is officially over. Might as well save KD at this point. Keep your life up. He maybe kill Freak. Nope. Instead, it is Arial Arise. They finish it out on kills. Orbit. Orbit, Orbit, Orbit. What will we do with you? A team that cannot hold a lead in the slightest.
I mean, it's exactly what we were hearing from our desk coming out of that break, right? Arial Arise, they're going to go for quick executes. They're not going to worry too much about a lot of this map control. And that was kind of what happened. They did get that middle floor. They kind of locked things down, cleared out a bit this roamer. But you still have BGL, who was just able to walk back up through Spiral, go onto the top floor through the main stairs, and just be very comfortable behind. It was the site players that kind of dropped away as Orbit were forced back to site. They lost out gunfights to Freak in particular, and just kind of lost that control. You lose sight, the plant goes down, when that script gets flipped against you and there's not the opportunity for them to come in with numbers to retake, very difficult site to try and get back into.
Freak has more kills than all of map 1. So
This is also true, this is also true.
Wow. So we had 12 rounds in which the main fragger of Arial Arise that the desk hyped up in the pre-show, he has more kills in round 1 of Bank than he did in the entirety of map 1. I think that is a great way to give Arial Arise a boost because, I mean, hell, they already have map 1. They've got their main man back, and they already made Orbit feel a little bit smaller because of how they fumbled the bag in round 1. And even if they get an entry as well, I think you just keep diminishing Orbit over and over again, and that is how you can make Bank yours.
Once again, leaning heavily into the roam here for Orbit, and a couple of operator change-ups. The big one for me is this Capcan coming through if it's able to pay off for them, but BJL onto this Solace now, just netting the opening pick, take down Quartz, remove one set of those breaching charges that they've brought. You also reduce the Skeleton Key, which is going to be brilliant at helping Arial Arise, or I should say it would have been, at clearing out some of this middle floor presence. That doesn't seem to matter though, as Freak has the gun sight onto Gitty, who's going to cross across and make it away. Very dangerous angle to try and get away from, but able to do so pretty gracefully. They are hunting down now. The Inox scan's giving some pressure to nearby teammates, but he's isolated. They're able to get 3 quick kills here, V. Asian getting 2 in the background. This defense, once again, kind of crumbling a little bit.
And even still, they got the entry. Quartz went down very early on. There was nothing Arial Arise could do to refrag it, and yet still we find ourselves in this situation. That is the only reason why we are just having this discussion is for some reason this team just doesn't like to actually work off of their entries. There's still some time of which Orbit can get away back in the round, but Wimpy is spotted by the drone, and a player is gonna meet him, but no chance Wimpy can respond, and that Freak domes him in the quickest way possible. And now Arial, watching the hatch, gets close to getting a kill, but Freak actually doesn't spot the outline, and now can't even get the kill onto Tra. And so far, these first few rounds fully going in the way of Arial Arise, but that's how the first map started, and then Orbit came bouncing back in the next, 4 rounds? They didn't drop a single round after round 3.
A lot of very strong use of information coming through from Arial Arise, and having the Jackal, for example, come in that last round, once again doing a lot of work. They get the Inox tracker scan onto the player underneath the main stairs, who's in that position to support Gitty. Otherwise, with that ping coming through, with the ability to swing from the staircase, with the Ying coming in through the lobby, Gitty can't fight back, can't give the support to his teammate. You'll lose both members, and they're trying to shore it up. They just run again into the waiting arms evasion, and when you're in this position, 2 versus 4, as the defense especially, you have to look for a play to get aggressive. You can't sit back inside of sight, especially against a team like Arial Arise, who will be more than willing to just very slowly box you in, push you back, take that site control, like we saw them do in the first round of this very game. So you have to look for that play, but with the information spread they have available to yourself, there's no way that you're going to be catching anyone off, immediately shut down. And once again, Arial Arise doing an amazing job at just diminishing this impact of the roam.
Yeah, and even so, they're not bringing the Jackal, they're just bringing their drones. And I mean, there's Solus on the board. There's so many ways that the defense can get information. Arial's able to hop out, get 2, and you can't let that man do that. Yeah, Asian is just, he had a pistol. He was not ready for the jump out. Now Arial is going to get away scot-free. I do not want to jinx this team.
He's still outside.
Surely, you cannot blow a lead such as this.
He's afraid that Quartz took some shots from outside the front door, so he knows that there's someone potentially that way who's watching the drop, and he's just sat in the corner. It's forcing someone to have to walk into a very close angle. This is just eating into that time, right? 1 minute left, and they're all focused on trying to get rid of this Valkyrie. The ping's coming through, and the all-chatting is just commencing. Talking the trash, will eventually get shot down, but if you get a kill, you get 2 kills, you get traded out, but you also just eat 1.25 minutes just by being sat outside. You take that, and W trades, as they said in the chat.
Sometimes it is just very enjoyable to see some of these players interact and have that happen.
Oh,
well,
no.
it is always going to keep us on our toes, but BJL is slinking behind that. They might not. And the flashbang is going to blind BJL, and he does emerge from his position, and that could have been a great kill, but instead BJL gets 1, he backs off, he is still alive, and even though there isn't a dock, this should be enough for Orbit to keep their lead, but here comes Tra. He's over by Janitor Closet, but he just pre-fires an area that Wimpy has already passed, and the advantage is gone, but eventually Course Corrects takes out BJL, and now leaves Quartz in the 1v2, where he just simply dies. And just like that, Orbit do maintain the pattern, losing 2 rounds early on, backing up, getting that 3rd round, and now they can continue forward. Do they go to basement? No. The smarter option, of course, heading over to staff open area.
Thank you very much, guys. I was pulling a not very enthusiastic face, shall I say, at just seeing a site you've lost twice already, and it's not even that you've lost it, it's that Arial Arise have just been very clinical about just dealing with what they're dealt and just smacking you down at every opportunity. This I like a little bit more. You go to staff, and you just try and play it out again upstairs. That's what I want to see here. They're bringing that Azami, they're bringing tools to try and build up this bunker above. If they can lock themselves in and force Arial Arise to invest a lot of utility up above the site, when you fall back, it makes things a little bit easier to hold onto. Taking above is so important here when attacking onto open area because of those hatches. If you can get access to them as the attack, it gives you opportunities to drop into the more obscure corner inside of open area where you can get that diffuser down with control of the long corridor, and that's why you're seeing Imrio drop in that vault camera there. If that is lost to the attack, or I should say when it's lost, it's expected it will, to be able to have that bit of hidden information that you can try and gain and figure out where you're going to be able to swing from on a retake is going to be really helpful later on in the round.
I mean, that's how we usually see these attackers try to enter the site. It's just a hatch drop, hoping that none of the players hit their shots, and then trying to get that plant down. Open area, if it's played very close, like, you never know who's going to get the advantage. It is always a very, very chaotic site to see happen. And with the Buck, I'm expecting that to double, because now you're just going to create holes in that floor, cause the defense to scatter, and with 3 C4s that Orbit have, surely with the Black Eyes, with the Maestro cameras, we have to see a C4 being thrown underneath. With how much emphasis Arial Rise are having on this top floor, any moment now a C4 is going to be attempted.
Still some opportunities. Here's the C4 in hand. Gonna throw it over the top. Ooh, very
Nice
beautiful
little
shot there. Yeah, always nice little flex, that the little clay pigeon shooting abilities. Dropping a drone as well, just to try and bait some potential aggression from BGL, but he's backed away, fallen back just a touch. The pings coming through, though, could give a really good opportunity here, with the floor being opened on up to net the freebie kill onto Gitty, and once again, the information game and just the fluidity from Arial and Rise to communicate between each other paying off. Well, as I say that, they immediately walk into a Capcan trap and then allow a flank from Inrio to net a second kill. Freak also injured at the moment, and with Poison trying to catch Vigel, who has now walked up into stop, the hatch is closed, should be able to net the kill. Does so very swiftly, but things kind of slipping away from Arial and Rise here, V.
I don't know you can say that, Ben. I don't know if you can ever say that with this team.
Oh, you're right.
The gaps they've been able to overcome. Am I right or am I wrong? Okay, Asian walks into a Capcan trap. What? I'd like to repeat myself. What? Just come on, Arial Rise. I was speaking your praises, and then you have that.
See, Gitty's the goated Capcan.
I mean, sure, but that was a whack round. Yes, let's get a replay on, like, the 1 or 2 kills we saw, because Arial Rise was taken out from the Capcan traps. Like, 2 or 3 players, and we get to see CZ again, the only player cam that we seem to have up. He's hype. He's talking it. Yes.
Yeah, I think it was 3 Capcan kills or kill/injures, right? Because you had Freak got injured, and then you had the 2 last kills go through as well. So yeah, I think it's 3. That's how maths works, right? But, I mean, that just is classic, right? You're talking about Arial Rise doing a great job with the droning. They get themselves the opening pick, and then they just walk into everything as if they just, you know, didn't spot it out. And now, changing things up, it's back down to this basement. So now that Orbit have had a little bit of time away, they've taken a step back, they've gone to 2 other sites, they've tried it out. I'm happy for them to come back here now with some changes as well, which is always really lovely. Bringing in that mirror. This mirror up on the little walk-in from server is a little bit interesting to me. It's not one that I say I've seen rocking around too much, but it does do a good job of stalling out the pressure coming in from the sewer tunnel, as well as from bottom blue, if you want to lean into being able to support your roamers up in open area, to just sort of deny that big cutoff. It's pretty interesting.
Far 3 out of the 4 entries have gone Orbit's way. You see at the top of your screen, only 2 rounds are theirs. And that does keep with the trend that we saw in first map. It seems to be very similar, but I think the difference between that map and this map so far is that Freak is here. Freak is ready to play, and Arial Rise can really rely on him into this one, and that might be the difference maker when we get down to the nitty-gritty. Those final couple rounds that decide who wins the map and who loses the map. As the C4 was attempted almost in the exact same position as it was in the previous round, unsuccessful, but still a nice try nonetheless, as right now, Arial Rise, they seem to have their sights set on the roamers that are in open area in that staff area. The Warden of CZ and the Valkyrie of Inrio, as right now CZ has dropped, and only that one information mistress has remained, and she will not remain for any longer.
I think you can be okay with this from the side of Orbit. Done a good job of stalling out time. There's still a little bit of concern coming from Arial Rise, and with CZ grabbing a kill very quickly back onto the Twitch, that's lovely. Bit of protection for your mirror windows inside of sight as well. And when you still got one of those nitro cells in Wimpy's pocket, that can feel pretty good to be able to hold on to that position. Yeti watching for the hatch in the back of Vault, because again, with the amount of hard breach charges that are being brought by Arial Rise, all of these hatches will be open. Wimpy underneath one needs to be a little bit cautious though, as now we're seeing this Arial Rise setup coming to fruition, opening up that default wall. It is Wimpy with the nitro cell, so in this position, it's going to be what can Arial Rise do to force them back. Candela's might be a solid answer here.
Poison is sticking that diffuser down. BJL has smoke
not going for
canisters, but has he deployed it too late? No, Poison goes off of it. And now there's so much denial. You have more smoke canisters. You have a C4. CZ is going to be able to spot a player, but checks the hatch. And that C4 should be successful. It is. And now it swings. The pendulum swings in the main area of Orbit. But Freak has the diffuser and is immediately dropped with the diffuser. And Quartz, he has a decision to make. Does he stick with the diffuser? With 5 seconds left, he either commits or goes off of it. He will commit. And now Giddy goes for the rotate. But it's a little P-ring around the Rosie. Quartz wins it on out. Pros do not fake. And right there, Arial Rise, they stop the turntable from repeating their past mistakes, win round 5, and look to go up 4-2 like their opponents did on the previous map.
There's tomfoolery afoot, V. This shouldn't be going that way, right? Orbit, you have everything set in front of you for victory. Mirror window, still established. Hatch drops, not really going to be a threat because you've got enough bodies to be able to watch for it. The nitro cell comes through after the toxic babe, which probably shouldn't have forced off the defuse. I think they're afraid of the nitro cell flying out. I think that's what's brought them off, rather than toxic babe itself, more being an indicator of what else might have been flying in his direction. Wimpy holds it, kind of get away with it holding it, then gets it thrown out, gets the kill, things go to chaos. But Arial Rise, again, their flexibility, their ability to sort of adapt and improvise in these chaotic situations, coming to the forefront here, and we saw it throughout Cafe, what they're able to do with limited utility, limited time, limited players, just finding a way to make it work. And Arial Rise, they take that forward step now in the half, they guarantee themselves a minimum of 3-3. If they can have another good attack onto the top floor, you're looking pretty poised to move into a very comfortable second half.
I think the clutch factor on a lot of these players, not just on Arial Rise, but and just the entire grand finals as well, does make those last minute plays very exciting. With the 3v5s turned into like a 1v3, Inrio goes for the jump out. He was inches away from taking out Poison and getting almost the exact same start that he did in the previous one, but Asian, he doesn't have the pistol this time. He was fully equipped to take out Inrio, take out one of the 2 C4s on the board, and give Arial Rise a little bit of an advantage. Mind you, Poison is a flashbang hit away from going down, but he still can deploy Selmas nonetheless.
It's a difficult one for me, right? Because on one hand, you nearly get the kill onto the hard breacher. They still do have Tra on that Habana, which can sort of fill that void. So it's I could take it or leave it. I'd probably be leaving it in this situation, but you do what you have to do in these situations. I'm still surprised that we've seen such little play from the Azami from the side of Orbit, especially on this top floor where there's so many positions that you can try and extend on into. We've already seen BGL playing inside of stock like he is right now. Give it a couple keepers. This position becomes very difficult to root someone out of, even with something like the Flores in tow in the pocket of Freak. Instead, this Flores is going to have a much easier job of finding impact until he dies.
Oh, I mean, the peak is there from CZ. It's a play that maybe 6 times out of 10 you don't want to go for, but sometimes it just happens. BJL, my man, I'm sorry we caught that, but Quartz takes him out. And now, is there another peek happening from CZ? There has to be an equalizer coming out from Orbit, but no. There's nobody inside of that stock area. Wimpy's inside of Conference, Giddy inside of the front desk, and one inside of Janitor. And there's ample of time for Arial Arise to work with. They're holding their angles, seeing if Orbit can get a little bit too antsy with their positioning. They're waiting a little bit. They have the time here, Ben. That is the one thing, and they can wait until the final seconds to truly execute, as long as they have the map control. That's what they're waiting for. Player's gonna drop down Skyline. Player's gonna walk up White Stairs. Should get the pinch onto Wimpy. Instead, they just trade a lot of damage. Wimpy is barely alive, along with Poison. He's gonna spray, hoping he gets one, but instead is unsuccessful. Goes for the double peek. Meanwhile, it's CZ cleaning on up. There's Wimpy hitting those shots, and now Quartz. Can he get one thing? He must have assumed that he got the kill onto CZ. A chaotic round filled with a lot of interesting mechanical plays, but it is still Orbit who do equalize it, and now we swap sides with no one truly in the advantage.
It's one of them ones, V, where you just assume you get the kill, and it's so natural to these players, right? They're like, okay, that's a headshot, that's a kill, move on, look for the next pick. Always be on the move in these situations. Sometimes you hit a shoulder by accident, and there's a little bit of bounce in between shots, and it can send your rhythm off just a tad. And now, being able to tie up at the half, I think is good for Orbit. Considering some of the rounds that they've lost out in, and some of the things that have gone a bit awry for them, you walk out of that last round with a sense of confidence. They were able to hold down a lot of these key positions, get aggressive at the right times, which is really nice for them to see. Now, how are they going to deal with that coming back to them? Because Arial Arise already setting themselves up through this middle floor with this extended roam, like you're seeing more and more frequently, and like teams kind of find to be the right way to play this basement now. Introducing the castle, just to make that even more true. Blocking off server, so you can take server pretty freely as the attacker here. The question is, what are you going to do once you get it? You are going to have to go right up to the top floor to try and contend for this space, and with picks like the Pulse giving a varied feed of information, the mute to deny your drones, but more importantly, deny some of these reinforced walls that are set up in positions to force you to come into close quarters engagements. You're not going to be able to sit on the rappels outside of CEO and pepper shots through into Janitor. This is a really nice setup from Arial Arise. How are Orbit going to deal with it in these close-range gunfights on what's usually a pretty wide, long map?
I mean, we usually saw Arial Arise going for those windows, but Orbit instead, maybe because of their castle, maybe not, they are just heading straight for the site. BJL walks up those stairs, and now Freak has to be calling to his team, hey, there is a player up by the red stairs. Agent seems to head back over to that site, but it seems to be a very quick execute happening. Very close to getting that headshot onto that castle and making Orbit's lead just a little bit bigger, but instead, the time has started to tick. And that means that Arial Arise can eventually find their kills somewhere, but it doesn't have to be in the next 30 seconds like Orbit. We're really trying to push onto them.
Still a bit of waiting now for the players of Arial Arise inside of open area, because you have Asian in the corridor, which gives you some freedom, and when he's getting kills like that on the fall away, that makes your job so much easier. They do trade out the Pulse, but Atom being right there, grabs the kill, and Trial's going to dip, going to bounce back away. Now still available with this Nitro Sill for any potential executes, as well as Poison, who's kept quiet and hidden throughout the round, being this very supportive anchoring position, feeding information through cameras, and now that the round's starting to die down, this smoke can come into their element. It's the Habana being used now to open up this wall rather than the Thermite, which will make it just a little bit more tricky for Orbit to walk in and get this plant down. You have to be a little bit more careful with the placements of that gadget, but it should be okay for an execute. It's now how do you deal with this Poison and Trial lineup that are ready with the denial.
Just you gotta start baiting the execution, or basically making sure that the defense has to use their utility. Whether it's just show your face for a good second throw, maybe some flashbangs, a frag grenade. You're getting to the point where if you do not start forcing that defense to use their utility, it is going to bite you in the butt. I think right now with 30 seconds left, the fact that Orbit is inside the site may change that, but the diffuser is down, and now Orbit just have CZ outside of the site, with diffuser inside of the site, being covered by a C4, smoke canisters, and 3 Arial Arise defenders. Not a lot of hope for CZ, and with the time ticking down, the chances are dwindling into the decimal places. And now officially the time will tick down. CB will save face, save KD, and Arial Arise will get that lead back, hoping to keep it and getting their first round of the series.
It's a small thing, but it's something I am going to still highlight, is the impact of having that Hibana over something such as the Thermite or the Ace, who can make that hole a bit bigger, or even just not having other backup so that the Hibana is free to use as many pellets as necessary to open up more of that wall. And the reason for that is, with the amount of space you have, one of the things you want to do, like you mentioned, is baiting out that denial. You bait out the C4s, you bait out the gas canisters, but you can't do that when the hole made by Hibana is so small, because you can't sprint away. If you try and sprint off of the defuse, you'll either run into a wall or get stuck because you're in the crouch animation and it physically won't let you. These gadgets can do a lot more damage to you. So instead, they move in, try and get onto the bomb chassis, which is still a very protected position due to its bulletproof nature, but the problem is that you're in the middle of the room, so if you get forced off of it and there's angles coming in from the doorway, or with so much of the wall opened up like we saw from Arial Arise, it's a little bit easier for that Hibana to get picked off with the diffuser dropped in the middle of the site rather than on the wall. A little bit harder for the attacking team to get back into and reset up that planting position, especially with less members alive.
And the site doesn't really read the same. There's a lot of emphasis on hatches, on taking that top floor, especially that hatch you saw it inside of stock that you can just drop straight on into the site, be a coffin. And now as Orbit, they bring out their attacking lineup, still stick with the Hibana, and bring out the Brava, which was banned on the previous map. I mean, obviously, you always have those default cameras, and you're not going to get a lot of Defender gadgets. Maybe the Wamai, but surely the emphasis must be on default cameras. One day we will see Brava have an emphasis on Defender gadgets, but for now, Wimpy is just going to be on the drone like everybody else on Orbit, getting that information.
Will be fun when we get to see those sort of things. The Yokais, Evil Eyes are one that, like, especially in solo queue games, right? That's one thing I'll be saying. I know it's not really relevant to this, but if you're on attack in your solo queue game and you see an Echo or a Maestro, oh, that's an instant swap onto the Brava for me, because even for nothing else, just grabbing an Evil Eye and just zapping away at someone is so satisfying. Gitty, getting the opening pick onto Freak, though, so still playing on these windows and applying that pressure across the top floor. You can see the way Arial Arise have set up with these deployable shields, the mute jammers, very similar to how they were in the basement. It's all about creating this clustered environment on the top floor, which is one of the necessary steps for the attack that we talked about in the first half of the game, and this is what's happening. Players like CZ are forced to walk up into you, where the fire rate of those SMGs is going to thrive.
I mean, you have the sledge, so all is not lost, but Asian is, I mean, over by the hallway. Yeah, he did go down, probably trying to peek, and I think that is a problem we're seeing with a lot of these players. They are just trying to peek everything. Like, sometimes that will be great. CZ's done that. It's why he has 9 kills in a lot of these, but also, it really hurts your team when you have an advantage or when you need to hold your position. Asian probably should not be peeking that. There is a refrag, but it's still the fact that with a minute 30, you still have a good modicum of control over the entire area. You die, leaving your team in an uncomfortable situation and forcing somebody else to really pick up the scraps. But with the plans now having those C4s, the rest do look mighty comfortable then.
Clutch drone once again, just look and see if there's anything they can gather, as well as just, you know, it's still a functional drone. You can still just use it normally. The X-Cairo is opening up this wall now, opening up the castle barricade so they can start to walk on in, somewhat aware of potential flanks coming through. Was caught still upstairs. really deal with, but now dropping into the site isn't as much of an issue. 10 seconds on the clock here for Imrio to try and walk through this breach, and with Quartz dealing with the pressure behind, they are able to get the kill on the entry. Now the plant is going down, moving in, but the long shot coming in from Tra, they see the Habana in the corner, and Arial Arise once again finding the pieces together for this hold. A lot of patience, a lot of waiting, and Orbit not really making the aggressive move to give themselves full control.
5-3. Starting to put a little bit of a distance between them and their opponents. This is their map pick. Everybody on the desk was expecting Arial Arise to come away with this, and I think they're showing their comfort on this map. Despite the fact that they've only got the entry on about 2 rounds, maybe 3, they do not care. And part of that is Orbit and their inability to really work off of that, but it's also Arial Arise, how they change, how they just nonchalantly adapt their style to work around that one missing player, and boom, suddenly it's a 3v3 when Orbit very early on had a kill. And now Arial have complete control over the entire area with 10 seconds left. Orbit are going to try for that Finka Amaru play that we saw a couple times on Cafe. Is it a play on Bank where the windows you really can only get into are going to be directly inside of the site while you're down 2? We'll have to see.
Again, I think the trick with this Amaru is to slowball it, right? You want to create this sort of standardized sense. Your opponent feels you going through standard motions, and then you use that quick Gara Hook repel to fly in and very quickly change the momentum and the feel of the round. And with Gitty already on these windows, opening them up as well, it feels very normal, whereas a lot of teams will just yeet straight on in. Now they're trying to gather this information, and again, I'm loving the way Arial Arise are locking down Janitor as a position that a lot of teams really want to take. Can they use these Keybers to deny the longer angle, or do we want to save them for elsewhere? The first one coming through, again, going to slow down Imrio's approach, going to deny a lot of the power that that position is supposed to grant.
Window Simulator. That is the one thing that this site is definitely known for. Wimpies on the window. BJL is ready to zip in to the window. There's no Frostmat to be the biggest counter in the world to Amaru, but the execute has to be here. Wimpy's bringing out the Candela. BJL is gonna fly on, and he has the diffuser. They are really putting all their eggs in one basket, and those eggs are rotten, at least for now, as BJL and the diffuser are down, but B Giddy's right there to get a great shot onto Poison, and now, despite the fact that, once again, they didn't seem to have a great start, they really changed their entire setup, but they have Asian to kill. He can actually get the revive, but no. Before Wimpy goes down, he makes sure he gets that confirmed. Now a 2v1. Asian cannot seem to miss right now, getting only headshots. He's in a 1v1. He could stick it if he wants to. He's almost halfway done, and Inrio surely must hear it, and there's no chance for him to get the kill. Asian played it perfectly, Golu. I would like to see somebody have a post-plant 1vx look as clean as that.
When you're in that situation, the 1 versus 1 against the Azami, you have to come off of that repel. You can't be sat in the windows, because there's a lot of chaos that goes on in around a siege, right? And you're not keeping perfect track of how many keepers have been set up, how many have been deployed. Some you won't even see. And that's why you're forced to make that move, because if you're stuck on a window repel, that Azami throws the Kiba down, denies that on a site. You kind of have to go for a repel in, and you don't want to be swinging on a repel trying to take a gunfight, because you go up, it becomes a little bit more difficult to see through the ledge, your movement pattern is very predictable, you're a sitting duck. So going for the rotation takes a long time, and ultimately, despite Orbit doing a good job to get in sight and recover from picking up that diffuser, right? It came in on a nice little set play, you lose the gunfight, Gitty's there very quickly to support. Still couldn't quite work out there, and members of Arial Arise in a very sort of hodgepodge fashion are able to grab the kills, able to take that control away. That's what gives the freedom for that defuse to go down. And now the Arial Arise setting themselves on match point. We did see an early match point kind of looking like it might be on the cards, last map with Orbit set up 5-2. When you're at match point though, you feel like it's a little bit more concrete.
I mean, especially with the defiance that Arial Rise have. They've won 3 rounds in a row, and now a lot of the pressure is on Orbit in this map when they've got opening kills. They've got the diffuser down with a 1v4? Essentially, you have all of those, and yet you still can't get around. I think that not only does that kind of scare you for this map, it should scare you going on to the potential next map, which would be Villa, I believe, which is one that Yeti was not feeling very good about for Orbit. So I think you end this map with a nice little emphasis, maybe get a couple more rounds, tease over time, and even if you don't go there, make sure you have a little bit of a say in this map. Otherwise, I am 100% Team Yeti.
Looking for the opening pick now into Archives. Gonna get a bit damaged, but Quartz just nails the head of the Ash. And with this setup, the way it is, the roam on the middle floor, waiting for you to force them back before they drop safely to the basement, keeping that Pulse alive is very important. First of all, a Nitro Cell, but Pulse is your classic Vault player, right? You stick him in gold bars, you have that scan coming through, you get the perfect read on when the execute is being followed up on. Keeping that player as an available option later on in the game. If they can get back to site safely, it's going to be instrumental. But with CZ coming through, close drone work, the shotgun is in hand for Thra, and it's going to work.
You don't lose those. You don't lose those with the Mossberg. And now some of your top players are done for. There's one more call coming out from Wimpy. There's frag grenades that can't be used. So all is not lost for this Orbit roster, but Arial Rise have so much by their side. They down Wimpy, they've still got smoke canisters, they still got 2 C4s, they still have the Pulse to give them information. The frag grenade doesn't even claim anything there. He is going to try his hand at another one, it seems, and finally Orbit gets something here. Frag grenade does bounce, does take out Freak, and maybe if Giddy got something on the drop, there could have been something, but now Inrio is left in the 1v2 to keep Arial Rise from winning their first map. He doesn't spot the player up by the hatch, but now he could put the diffuser down, go into the other site, force this team down, but would that be a good option? He knows that Arial Rise has to peek, or it is curtains for him in Orbit in this map. It is out of his hands at this point, Ben. He is going to try to bait out this Arial Rise team, put that diffuser down, but with how much time is on the clock, with the numbers that they have, you can honestly think they don't have a good chance. And, well, in Rio, he got the diffuser down. +1 to his stats, but -1 to his team's lead in this grand final.
The way the Super Shorty just ran out of ammo as well, as it peeked through, right? It's like, you just spot him there, it's a bit like a surprised Pikachu face, where you're like, oh, I've got no bullets left, I have to grab my other gun and sort of clean things up. Bit of toxicity coming through with the stop on the defuse there, but they clean it up. Plenty of time to spare, because it just gone down V, so not too much for them to worry about. They will secure that win, no penta throws or anything like that. So, Arial Rise, they tie up our series 1-1 now, which is something that we kind of expected coming into Bank. It does leave us in an interesting position for the rest of the series to go now. A little bit more spice to the sauce.
Oh, this game is spicy. Ben, I am expecting a map 5 game. I think you should expect a map 5 game, because even if Arial Rise maybe does take Villa, you can't, Orbit will not let that go down. We are still going to be here for a while, and the fact that Arial Rise were able to put up that performance did show Orbit's flaws. Like, there were a lot of flaws on Bank. I think I actually mentioned it in map 1 that the mistakes that Orbit had could be immensely dramatized in map 2, and that's what happened. And right now, they've got the lead. We go into that map 3 break, which, I mean, I am hoping we don't get another 30 to 45 minute break in between this and the next map, Ben.
Don't start. Don't start. It's not going to happen. We're
Knock
going to
on
be
wood.
smooth sailing. We don't, like, it's not going to be a problem. And look, we get through. So 2 maps now. We've had a tech issue. That's out of the way. You know the rules, V. Yeah, it can only happen once.
Yes.
It's like the 5-second rule. The Germs respect it.
More than that.
No. I don't know. It was part of one continuous ongoing issue. Counts as one. It's like the 5-second rule, right? If you drop it for 2 seconds, pick it up, and then it like slips out your finger, it's on the floor for 2 more seconds. It's only 4 seconds, mate. You're in the clear. You're in the clear. That's good scran all day long. But on a more serious note, we're coming out of this map, Arial Arise taking it their map, right, in a more comfortable fashion than we saw Orbit do on Cafe. And now you go into Villa, and I mean, I'm sure we'll have our desk be able to give a little bit more insight than we might have to share right now. So we'll get their thoughts on it, B. We'll leave you waiting for ours back again.
And just like that, map 2 officially has most on the script, but not quite. That Arial Rise took it in a 7-3 fashion. My name is Phoenix Blaze, and I am your host, joined by Yeti and Clamps. Let's go ahead and break down this last match, and let's talk about how close that script was, Yeti. You still got the map win. You still got the map win.
Maybe.
Well, while we're waiting on to see if that's fixed, Clips, let's hear your thoughts about some things.
Yeah, I'll fill while Xander gets everything figured out. In truth, reality, Arial Rise just had this map dead to rights. They got some good clutch rounds, and Orbit, just like what we highlighted, ended up plaguing themselves by the timer by trying to take too much of the map instead of setting up for some of those more minimal executes. They struggled. That's what bit them in the rear on the attacking half. We thought defense would be pretty okay, and it was for the most part, but the attacking side just really floundered and fell flat in a couple rounds, and especially, again, giving some of those rounds away, and that's kind of been a story that Orbit have been following in these in the first 2 maps so far in the series.
All right, and just in case it was muted, did you have any additional thoughts that you wanted to throw out on just witnessed on Bank? It looks like we might be having a slight little technical issue with Yeti's mic. He's gonna play charades with us for like the next couple minutes. Yeti, did you like what you just witnessed? Give me 2 thumbs up. All right, at least he can hear me. but as we're waiting to try to get some of his technical issues sorted out, let's go ahead and start moving over to the statistics of the match. Oh, wait. I was close. Yes, he was. He was off by 1 round, but he did get the map prediction right. But Clips, take it away. Let us know about these statistics.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an aerial map all the way. Unfortunately, that is the wrong highlight. It is actually a we'll show the statistics for Bank in a moment, because I know Freak wasn't 3 and 12 twice. He actually started the first round getting the most getting more frags in map 1 than he did for the rest of the time. So it was a big struggle overall for Freak on map number 1. Map number 2 looked a lot better, as well as the rest of the Arial Rise roster. They just looked more cohesive, more complete. They were finding their frags, and overall, I think that they just played a solid map of Siege. I saw some shaky bits on the side of Orbit. Like I said, on the roams, I think that they were a little too extended, too long. They just needed to play the site a little bit further. I mean, you're playing Bank, and you're holding the basement. You're losing that twice in the map. That's a pretty big question mark. Actually, if I'm right, they lost basement all 3 times. So to lose basement on Bank is like a rare thing. Usually everyone's like, oh, basement's like the easy free round. So to see that out of Orbit, just a little questionable overall.
All right, let's see if we can get Yeti's microphone back. Yeti, are you there? He's over here doing, if you guys can't hear it, he's straight up scat manning. It's actually quite entertaining. Do we have Yeti back?
We have no clue. We have no
clue. This is the
we love technical issues.
Here's the great thing about this broadcast, and being somebody who understands how the production side works, we can hear everything. We can hear the frustration. We can hear the scatting. We can hear the papers rustling. of him writing on his little notebook, but you guys can't hear any of it. So if we're sitting here laughing and goofing off, it's because we get insider information that you guys unfortunately don't. You know, like we actually know how big Klimps's forehead really is.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Well, I don't think Nix is able to hear our producer too. So we're gonna go to a break. We'll be right back once we fix all of our technical issues. So we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Can you hear me?
I hope all of you can hear that.
He was resonating that one.
I was calling down on the gods to let my freaking mic work, man. I was getting, I don't want to talk about Bank anyway, but now you're stuck. I'm back.
Well,
Better. Stronger.
Well, we have the correct statistics up on the board. You guys got to hear Klimps talk about it already, but you know what? Let's get Yeti's opinion on it now that he is the man officially with a working mic.
All right, so I was pretty close in the map prediction. I thought it was gonna be 7-4 in favor of Arial, but 7-3, so close. We'll take it. It could have been a little bit of a closer map. Orbit on their defenses was giving up some really strong advantages. You know, they had 1 to 2 man advantages, and they would stay around in their first zones and fight and give back the picks. And ultimately, that just kind of led into some of the aerial attacks being won for them. If they were to get those picks, fall off, and play in the interior zones, deeper into the bomb sites, and play for an execute, I feel like they would have had a lot more success. Them losing 3 basement rounds, obviously, a big part of the reason why it was such a lopsided game. And then Orbit's attacks, they were taking everything, and they were taking a really long time to do so. If they did end up getting to the executions, there wasn't a lot of time left, and it just kind of made them sloppy. They were making mistakes, and Arial was taking full advantage of that. I thought they played really well as a team. Arial did. I thought they were, for Freak not popping off and being like that guy for them, I think the rest of that team is really doing a good job playing together and picking up the slack, so to speak. Because I mean, they should be used to Freak just dropping 12 plus kills almost every map. Because I haven't seen them doing less than that since I've been on the desk.
And that's how Freak has been like all season, right? Just continuing to just be an animal. But yeah, a little bit more quiet of a series, so we're hoping that he wakes up. Had some good rounds there, but we'd like to see a little bit more overall from the fraggers of Arial Arise. But I got to agree with you, Xander. Like, it was the big struggle overall. for Orbit. I thought that they actually did a pretty good job in the opening rounds too. Like they found some good entries and they were winning often that early round kind of advantage. But then that mid round hit, Arial Arise were either trading it pretty well or just winning that. And then the end round, it was mostly just Arial Arise all the way. That's to Orbit just throwing away those advantages. And that's something that cannot plague them going through the rest of the series. Otherwise, we might find ourselves out of here a little bit earlier than we expected.
So let's look forward to Villa. We did talk about this in our pre-show a little bit about how if Orbit was going to win anything, they would have to win it early, but Arial Arise would essentially, once they got to Villa, would just essentially take it away. Do we feel that way still now that we're moving into Villa?
Definitely. Like I said, this is the X Factor map for Orbit. They have to win this map. This is Ariel's bread and butter. I think this and Bank are their two best maps aside from Order. So it would definitely make a statement for Orbit to come out on this map. I think this is going to be one of probably the closest map of the series, and that's me saying this after a 7-5 Bank. So I can see this map going OT. Like I said, this is the map where I think the tides shift, so to speak.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Orbit to win. Arial Rise are 4-0. You've really got to come out of the gate swinging if you want any shot against an Arial team who has been so good on this map. There's a lot of VOD on them. Just comes down to, can Orbit execute on what they know about the opponent?
Well, it is time for us to go to the Italian countryside, and along for the ride is going to be Light Rose and Golomolu. Take it away, you guys, and good luck with your cast. No technical issues.
Fingers crossed, Ben. Hopefully no technical problems with the desk. They're Arial Arise believers through and through. Does Orbit have a shot in this?
Of course they've got a shot. It's Siege. Anything can happen, right? There's always a chance for your opponent to come into this, and look, it's Orbit's map pick, right? On paper, they're the team that you suspect to come into this on the upper hand. That's kind of my concern, though. We saw in yesterday's semi-final, this was the map that Wildcard chose to play against Arial Arise. And what was happening yesterday? The desk called it an eco pick. They think they can take Arial Arise to Villa. There's a reason for that. They've played it 4 times this season. They've won it every time, and they've looked pretty comfortable doing so on every outing that they've had. I think this is going to be the hardest battle for Orbit here, but again, if they win it, we go to Theme Park, they can push it to Chalet. We got a series on our hand. Bans will change up how this map goes, though, and instantly Arial Arise are getting rid of that Ying, something that they've banned in the past, and the bans coming in for Arial Arise here on Villa are very flexible for the attack. The Do could be swiftly removed, though, from the side of Orbit, and this one's a bit more interesting to me, V, right? Large map Villa, the logic bomb's going to be very helpful at shutting down information, but also giving those calls to reveal any roamers.
You know what I'm liking, though, about just the entire bans? We haven't really seen a lot of repetition. Like, I believe this is one of the first times we're seeing a Solus ban, as well as the first time we're seeing a Dekebi ban. Every single map isn't being stale. We don't have to just kind of skip through the ban phase, because every single one brings something different to the table, tells us the story of the entire map. And honestly, the Azami ban coming out, I think that might be the first time we're getting something of a repetition ban, but it does make sense on a map like Villa, where she can be a pretty strong operator.
Yeah, we saw her come out a little bit on Bank, saw what you can do with that, really disrupt the flow of attacks, and Villa, I think, is one of the biggest criminal offenders for Azami, in just that there's so many ledges, windows. This is one of those maps where Castle would come out to extend roams, and what was the immediate response from a lot of players when we saw Azami coming out? Oh, it's a throwable Castle. If Castle's pretty good, Castle with more flexibility is going to be really strong where Castle was good. And so, instead, you're just going to see it get axed from the lineup and force teams to go back to using these deployable shields for a lot of these core positions, such as on the maps table right there, as Poison so wonderfully demonstrated. That does mean that the Valkyrie escapes through the ban phase, though, and if there's one thing about Villa, it has a lot of wooden floors, which means a lot of opportunities for Nitro Cells to go boom.
A lot of times when we have Valkyrie playable on Villa, she will play maybe in piano. Maybe she'll play over in library to specifically try to get a C4 kill, especially an emphasis over by Kitchen if the attack wants to have a master overtake, which right now that is what Orbit seem to be hinting at. They are over spawning by Fountain, maybe with the Maverick though of Inrio. That is interesting to see, because you wouldn't usually expect something crazy to lock down the vault wall, but I don't know. Maybe Orbiter are cooking something up with that Maverick in play, but already BJLE is slinking up those back stairs, trying to get into Kitchen, maybe shut down any of those roamers that I talked about that could potentially be there.
Yeah, we saw Freak walking around still here by the red stairs before. This is something they were doing yesterday. They'd have Tra on the top of red stairs, on that Azami, waiting to catch any players coming in from Statue and Trophy. You meet that with the Legion to protect it down below. It prevents plays by BGL to walk up and disrupt this staircase, which makes it a lot harder for attacking lineups to try and break down. Instead, you have to use a lot of utility and time it well if you want to take that space away.
Oh, there's the Legion, the mine, and the bullets take out VJL. And so even though Orbit, they've really been on it with the entry, hasn't helped them much, but when Arial arrives, deal the first blow, they really work off of it. Now Freak can stay on that first floor, provide a really big threat to any players walking over by landing, over by 90 as well. So something has to happen from this attack, but there's not a very good opportunity, especially with Quartz just peeking and taking out CZ as easy as that.
There's still this position on red, kind of undealt with. They're going to back away, which does give Emir the opportunity to start to walk up to Vault. You can see the silhouette still kind of lurking around at the bottom, and that's because they know they want one back on site, but you keep a second one who can come for these flanks, who forces one of the remaining Orbit members to either invest some drones or invest a player, and there's only 3 drones left on the table for them. There's only 2 available for live players to actually move, and, well, that just gets reduced. As you lose one of those drones, more importantly, you lose a gun. You drop down to a 1 versus 5 with how swiftly these kills are coming through, and Poison making good use of the shotgun to grab the final blow. And this is just what happens if you have a very disconjointed, confused attack. They're not putting themselves in a position together as a team to clear out space. They lose members for free, and everything becomes just a bit chaotic and disjointed.
And there's a worry that that is just going to be the Orbit attack. This is constantly going to happen on Villa. Whether the site, whether Arial Arise are able to get that opening pick or not, if you don't have that chemistry and the synergy on a map, especially like Villa, with how large it is and how very easily you can be picked off by certain areas and by certain players, this is going to be a death sentence for Orbit. They chose Villa. Depending on how the result of this map goes, I would really like to know why they went to Villa. And also, I'm getting a little worried as to why we're not going in the map.
You never know. Just a bit of loading issues.
Please.
Sure we'll be fine. Look, just have good faith in it. Just chill out. We'll be there. Poison, just send. There's no text allowed. Just double checking on that one.
Oh my god.
He has crashed. So, my goodwilling all went for nothing, but I do have a quick wonder here. You lose a member, I'm sure we'll see a rehost maybe come through from the side of Orbit. So that, yep, the rehost has been confirmed, so we are going to come back to our wonderful faces. We get to join a little bit more time with us. And, I mean, look, here's the thing. I mentioned they had been called an ego pick when Wildcard came here. For Orbit to then do it the next day and lose to a play that we saw yesterday, a setup we saw yesterday near fully. I don't know, it's not a convincing start to the map from my point.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, for Arial Arise, this might be a free map. It's like they're getting a map ban advantage, because depending, that first round did not go anywhere near Orbit's favor. BJL was all alone trying to do his thing, which you can get as Nook,
yeah.
But with Freak just being there like that, I think Arial Arise have everything they need for this map. They've got strats, they've got experience, And right now, they've got momentum coming off of that second map. What is Orbit have? I mean, they don't have entries because they can't work off of those entries. They have nothing to their name, especially if Freak is in play, which he was in map 2, and he seems to be at the beginning of this third map. I have very little faith in Orbit going into this third map.
I think things like the Nook are always interesting to me, and I love seeing operators like Nook get into play. I am by no means capable with my hands when it comes to playing Siege, but it doesn't mean I don't enjoy a good little Nook roam around and grab a couple kills. The difficulty is you have to know what you're playing it into, and you'll always see the best players on these sort of lurker roles, your Nooks, your Vigils. If they're feeling extra cheeky, those Kaviras, Solace is now one of the ones you do on the defensive side of things as well. The best thing about these kind of players is they are very good at picking their angles very carefully to where they're going to get the most effect. And you have something like a Legion, and the way that Freak is playing it, and the way he played it yesterday, running straight into the same sort of issues is not the best start that I would have wanted to see. But there were still some good things to take away from that. I like the use that we're seeing a couple interesting operators come into play. Maverick is someone you do not see a lot on Villa, and there's, to be fair, some good reason for that. A lot of this surface is very breakable. There's a lot of opportunities to get swung or caught off in awkward angles. You're looking at things like Study, for example. You're not breaching through the Study wall with a Maverick, you're going to get shot. But Vault is an exception to this, and it's a nice way to provide that line of sight that they did to the player on 90 Repel. So I'm liking some of the interesting ideas that we're seeing Orbit bring to the table, and that's the line of hope for me in this one. It's those tricks, those set plays that they can bring in to try and change up how Arial Arise are used to playing Villa. You've got to make it difficult, and you've got to make it a different and uncomfortable map to what they might otherwise be used to playing.
Okay, here's the thing. You can have set plays, have really good ideas, but if you can't execute those ideas, Golu, they don't mean jack squat. Like, you can be the most creative team in the world, but if you are literally shooting each other or completely getting killed by the defense because you are just constantly not working with each other, you cannot do anything with that creativity. And I'd like to see Orbit. I would love to see Orbit continue to do something a little different than normal. But I think they still should rely a little bit more on the default until they get that first problem sorted out, and then they can start to get a little bit more different with their plays.
Well, quite a few changes coming through. They're dropping the Nook this time, attacking onto Kitchen and Dining. So it is interesting that Arial Arise have chosen not to go next to Statue and Trophy, which is what a lot of teams would do. There was this weird phase. I think we were treated to this one. It was I remember HK Rebels versus McQueen's. It happened in another game a couple weeks later, where teams just love starting in Kitchen Dining. Arial Arise not starting there, but are going to jump there a little bit sooner. And I mean, the way you set this up, they have pressure around upstairs, they have this sort of roam with the Mute Mozzie to deny information, Asian on this Oryx to be quick, speedy, just run around on this roam. This is pretty cool. I like to see it. The change onto this Osa, though, is going to be a big deal. If they can get that into the doorway inside of Dining, if they can drop the Talon 8 and set themselves up behind it, there's good success there.
So no Nook this time. Instead, it's CZ making his way up through that basement. He's not going to be very silent, but he might be a little bit of a surprise to that Arial Arise defense if they're not ready for him. Tra prepping for the jump out. There is a player directly watching that window. Wimpy has that covered. He can see all the holes being made in it. And, well, he could have seen the first engagement there, but Wimpy instead goes off of it and actually goes on the camera, and that could have been the perfect opportunity for Tra. But instead, it's just two ships passing in the night.
See, opening up this wall in Piano now to give the long angle down the corridor is why it's been reinforced off, so they have to invest utility. The Freak sneaking right up into Piano, and the drones are set up in front of this next layer. I think they're now aware. They're peeking around the doorway so cautiously, and as the Tracer's giving the position away, only one bullet left in the P10 Brony. That magazine size is too small, has to reload before taking the gunfight. It's still ongoing, but the wraparound is coming in from behind. Wimpy cleans things up, but they still lose 2 members on the other side of the map, trying to fight for that control inside a laundry, and Atom, just hidden inside a living, gets himself another. An Arial Arise looking very comfortable, despite potentially having lost a member through very early isolation.
Giddy does have a little can opener that he can use to get some way into the library, but it might be a lost cause. At this point, you could see all 3 members just kind of spread around where Giddy could potentially be, and, well, with CZ gone, there is no way that you can get any sort of pitch. The health that Giddy is at, he doesn't have a diffuser. There is time where if for some reason Arial Arise separate, they give him 1v1s, they could get something, but it would have to be as clean as Asian's 1vx, and it's not. Speaking of Asian, he gets that final kill onto Giddy, and Arial Arise still look as clean as ever when they did on the second map, but this was when Orbit started to mount their comeback that eventually led to nothing in that second map.
We see it every map. Every map has happened now. It's just the record. It's broken. It's going to keep on going. Just always get Arial Arise off that head start. And it's interesting, right? Because at the first map, we were talking about it. Okay, you drop 2 rounds early on, you bounce back, you come over, you win the round. If it happens consistently, every single map you play, it's a lot of rounds you're giving over to your opponent early on, giving them that first foot into a game. You really want to try and find a way to break that habit when we go to map 4. If we go to map 5, you don't want to be down to this position already. Getting early rounds, just nice, just comforting to have. But now we are going to go up to Trophy and Statue because, well, the other 2 sites have been won, and you're probably not playing Living Library outside of some sort of very quirky pocket strat that you've decided to save for this very moment, which I want to will into existence. I want to see it. For the time being, not going to be the case. And we are seeing a run back of the strat from Arial Arise yesterday. This is exactly the same lineup as what they went for. They have Frost on these windows to prevent aggression, and then the true bread and butter of this is the GIGN tandem duo, the Rook, to give the bonus health to Poison on the dock to stay alive for as long as possible inside of the walking closet. And they play this very aggressively. They get right up in your face as the attacker to prevent you from getting this space early on. I don't think Orbit look like they're going to be tangling with it directly though. So this is a nice little read into what's going on and kind of ignoring a lot of it.
If Poison fan, if there are no Poison fans on Earth, I am dead. If there are no Poison fans on Earth, I am dead because I love Poison inside of the closet. He is so exciting to see, especially with the Rook armor to keep him alive. But right now, Orbit seem like they're trying to go for a study side over, which does make that closet hold a little less effective. But as we push forward, Free could encounter a player, one directly to his right on the window. He could immediately encounter a player, but instead it's that Rook. They do not help you against headshots. Got caught on the rotate, and now with that one player, Free, inside of the vault, he should get fragged, he should get gunned down, but he's still alive, and that's the more important thing. He's got his buddy by his side to assist him, but you can tell this roam is extremely strong on the side of Orbit. They do root out the Jaeger. All they have to do is get rid of Asian just hiding behind the bar, and it will be 100% successful.
Courts gets 1, and do they know that they have a castle also locked down in this position? I'm assuming they do now with the ping coming through from drones, and just trying to get the wrap around on it, eventually isolating the angles, catching them off, and Poison, who'd come to try and get to 90 to give a little bit of support to their castle, gonna have to back away and give up the space. A 2 versus 4 for them to fight back through. Still has the stims, which will now use the second of those, 1 left in pocket if either Quartz or Poison needs it later on. But 50 seconds is plenty of time for Orbit to slow down, and you can see Quartz just trying to take out some of these drones, the information that's being watched. Don't give this long angle. Please just wait for the rest of the squad to join you before you push on in.
Yeah, Quartz has a nice angle, and it's could be prepped on head height as well. with the time starting to tick down. Ben, you see the drone, it does have that little shoulder of Doc, but the frag grenade does not get anything. Kitty peeks forward, takes a little bit of damage as now BJL does find Quartz, leaving Poison in the very unsuccessful 1v4. And boy, the Orbit losing 2 rounds and then winning the 3rd one, they just cannot beat those allegations.
Well, yeah, it's just gonna happen time and time again, isn't it? We'll see it on Theme Park next. We'll see it on Chalet if it's needed. If not, we've seen it on all 4. It's confirmed for Theme Park at this point. But it does mean Orbit have their round, and with the kind of sweep done by Arial Arise, yeah, they didn't get the 3-0, but they got 2 of them. That's a good enough start. They can jump back up to Aviator Games, the site where, let's not forget, they did flawless this one. They looked very comfortable playing out this defense, and coming back at it again with a very similar sort of lineup. You've still got Freak on this Legion who will be playing underneath Red Stairs. I do want to see if there is a more concerted effort from Orbit to try and get rid of this position. There's Flores available if they want to use this to try and force out Red Stairs. There's other tools you can do to try and create a pinch on this bottom of Red. But it is a difficult one to try and overcome with 2 players up and below.
5 seconds remaining.
Looking at the lineups, on the defense, you do have a lot of denial, I think, with the Aruni and the Lamai. If we have a lot of emphasis on holding over by study, that could be one thing. But you also have a lot of operators designed to hold downstairs with that roam. Capcan, for some reason, it's just a lot of players banned. Pro players, T3 players, casual players. Everybody falls victim to the Capcan, and nobody knows that best more than Arial Arise. Hell, they lost like 2 rounds because of Capcan traps. So maybe Asian will get his revenge on some of these players as they're still going for that master overside with an emphasis on the first floor as well. And I think Arial Arise have really read perfectly into that with their type of pull.
Now just the drones coming through as Freak is playing a little bit more forward than last time around, and this extension from Arial Arise not as forward as a lot of teams will go for. Instead, they've got the Saria gate set up on the sofa's door, just so that you get some awareness. Asian just lurking down below gets the better of BGL on the one-on-one. You take off a set of grenades, you free up a lot of the pressure that's coming down below. Remember, that Nook was the only player underneath who could have come for that pinch on Red Stairs, and now they're going to have to find another way to do this, especially with Freak just continuing to be a little bit cheeky and coming up behind. This continuation of just applying pressure to the attack of Orbit before they can get themselves settled in, before they can find a comfortable position, is really starting to hurt them.
That's what Freak's best at, though. Ben. Freak is the best at coming up from behind you when you least expect it and just making that nice little stab to your push, completely denying it. A couple flashbangs blind those defenders, but the Surya Gate does provide a nice little barrier, both sound and utility-wise. A drone has to be used, a flashbang has to be used, just to create a nice little barrier between you and that attacker. And we're seeing that utility being deployed heavily, whether it's to drain Wilmai magnets, whether it's to just make that defense a lot more disorienting. They do focus on the site, but maybe they should worry about Tra and Freak down below.
Quartz on the prone, looking for the kill, but the nade lands perfectly to throw him off his game. 40 seconds left, still the silhouette down below. It's Tra on the Aruni, just waiting ever so patiently. 30 seconds left and the Toxic Babes are going out. The flank from Freak nets a double, looking for the triple, swap into the pistol, makes it true. Arial Arise, and more importantly, just Freak, being Freak, just doing Freak things.
He is the king. He is the best at coming up from behind you, putting in that little knife and ending your push right there. I mean, you could quote me verbatim, but I was right.
You said it 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, I'm Yeti, like when he talks about map bans, but it's about Freak specifically, because Freak
Just
is very...
Freak.
Just Freak, because he's very fun to watch. I mean, a lot of the fraggers, whether it was Hat in a CL, whether it's CZ on Orbit, whether it's Freak, whether it's Woos, you have these players that are very flashy with their kills. They make these very big plays, and they're also consistent. It makes watching them just such a treat, because you never truly know what they're going to do, but you also know exactly what they're going to do. Like, exactly that. Freak was patient, he was calculated, and everything that Orbit built up crumbled around them. And I think this is the first time that we have seen a team really reach this margin very early on, get 3 rounds with a lot more to go, and keep that dream of a 5-1 alive. And I think they can do it, given, honestly, how smart and how good Arial Arise are on Villa.
I can't lie to you though, that seems like the most useless sort of foretelling ability to have. It's like, I can see the future.
That's my superpower.
Specifically one person in specifically Siege
T3
games.
Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, hey, a gift's a gift, you know what I mean? You got to take it when you can get it. But now, we're seeing once again Arial Arise going for one of these very long, drawn-out kind of holds. A lot of walls with holes in them, which are going to be used from a long distance away, despite the fact that RX has lost that 1.5, hasn't really impacted the pick rate too much, still going to be used when those teams want that Rima dash ability, just to go chaotic on the roam.
Reloading ammo.
Raw. Pointed towards that window. Giddy can spot a player, but on the other end, Giddy makes a decision that he most assuredly regrets. Hopping in the window, dropped almost immediately by Asian, who continues his reign up on that top floor. And Poison also flirts with death, but he's still alive, still has the ability to deploy smoke canisters. So, Orbit, I think the problem still is they're just discombobulated. Like, what was the point of Giddy hopping up? Did they have information? Did they have players? None of that seemed to happen, and that's just seeming to be a trend throughout their entire attack side.
Wimpy in the bathroom here, look to try and get a play. Looking up to the hatch, not Amaru, is going to throw a drone up instead, and now continue this purge of living. Seasley in close proximity is the one to land the kill onto Freak. And for this horizontal take, being in control of living is a great first step. Still concerned, it looks like, about red stairs, though, despite the fact that they are so close to sight. BGL just walking up to the doorway, gets himself a quick double kill. Imrio looking to apply that pressure into Laundry as well. Does get shut down, and now the flank from Asian just gifts him a kill into the back of the Yana. A triple for the ace in the round, and control of the site firmly in their hands. But no diffuser, he's gone back to try and grab it, but Asian... You just stand in the corridor grabbing all the kills, and that's why you open the lines of sight when you have the eyes of a hawk.
Discuss, he is simply built diffy. Whether it's the 1v4 back in the previous map, whether it's the 1v2 here after starting off the round with a nice little pick. We have the replays, because, man, I want to see that 1, 2, and a 3. Thank you very much. You can see the reaction of course. I think that's very deserved. Yeah, we were in the booth going, ooh, that was a nice kill. And Arial Arise continuing to surf their way towards victory. Can anything stop them? Here, Ben.
I also just love that in the reaction cam, the first thing you see him do is reach for that T on the keyboard to start talking in all chat. It's like the first thing you see when you pull the clutch off is just, oh, gotta chat to my opponent now. Gotta let them know they lost a round. It's just like, guys, like, they are the all chat warriors, and they will let you know how it is. Orbit coming back with it a little bit as well, but when you're 4-1 down, a little bit harder to come in with the spicy trash talk. They do want to try and consolidate this amazing opening half, though, on Villa. If they can knock it in to a 5-1, well, that'd be just mint. And now bring in this Valkyrie again, who we haven't seen appear too often. This is the second time it's coming out to the fray, and just want to gather a little bit of that information. Another dot coming out from Freak here, and to me this just screams, this isn't a tactical doc, this is a frag doc. He's been promoted, as the old meme goes, and just looking for this gunfight on the doorway, V. He's just eager for it.
This is no poison in the closet type doc.
This is no poison in the closet. This is a freak on the stairs.
Oh yeah, Freak is a freak right now. He doesn't have like as many kills as somebody like Asian, who is honestly does deserve the 8 kills he has on the board right now. But I think as a team, Arial and Rise are doing pretty well. Do you have that one player that is just kind of sailing above the rest, but it's that nice little consistent player that you want. And speak of the devil, he gets that opening kill onto Wimpy. Orbit are scattered, they are solo, and looking very doomed in this map. Arial almost goes down, but the MP5 doesn't really do a lot of damage. Luckily, Giddy doesn't get headshot. He instead deals a headshot over to Freak, which may be that one little insertion that Orbit do need in this round, because, hey, man, they need to get back in this round badly.
Kind of missed the boat on highlighting this, but it was true at the start of the round, so I'm still going to point it out. Asian, at the start of this round, had the same number of kills as the rest of his team combined, and I think more kills, not quite as much, but more kills than four of the five Orbit members, so doing bits, as we would say. And now the round slows down a little bit. 2 versus 4 for them to try and overcome here, V, and I'm not jealous of the situation they found themselves in. With the mute jammers set up on these doorways, the roamers kind of falling back to site now, fighting through these effectively 2 doorways, because you don't have that breach, you don't have master control, becomes a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of comfortability when you're down 2 players, and you don't have any utility or any way inside of the site. I mean, Inrio did have a drone, so he has something, and I believe he uses that information to get the kill onto Quartz, but Tra holding the shotgun may be extremely deadly. Inrio goes down without really any way to counter it, and Tra simply walks up, does a little pump straight to Sledge, and just like that, Arial have the best lead that we have seen in this series going into that second half, 5-1. All they need is 2 more rounds, and we'll be done with 3/5 of the series.
Yeah, that's certainly a way to start out this half. I have to say, right, we talked, and the desk talked about this being a map that Arial and Rise were going to be comfortable on. I didn't think it would be a 5-1. I was thinking 4-2 on the defense, they come in on some solid attacks, maybe they 3-3 it, we end at something like a 7-4, 7-5. Nah, they have dominated. They have shown themselves to be very, very clean on that defensive half, and now Orbit have a bit of a task cut out for them. Already bringing in this mirror and kind of changing up some of the standard ways. That mirror window in the middle of the site, pretty common one. The walls now being set up to give them that protection from study. But it doesn't look like it's going to be a mirror window placed there. Instead, it's going to be taken all the way across over the statue to just kind of help out this roam game. Give themselves some information to be able to play off of, so that when this attack comes through from Arial and Rise, they have some contingencies. They have ways of fighting back and buffering against Arial and Rise very early on into the round, which I do like to see here, V.
So now we actually do have an electricity or some wall denial, which I just realized Thatcher is on the board. So having Maverick, I'm just thinking about that. It is kind of a difference between how Orbit wants to approach this versus how Arial and Rise wants to approach this, because they have Asian on the Thatcher and now they have Poison on the Hard Breach. So I think you do lose some utility overall, but right now, just giving Asian a gun is the best option, or really anything, as Freak does prep that frag grenade to try to take out the shield, as I believe the ADSs were disabled due to that EMP. Down goes another one, and could we see a successful frag grenade come through? It does deal some damage to CZ, but keeps the shield up. That second one does fly on through, and it should take out the shield, but CZ does not waver from these stairs.
That's good to see. You hold the ground, even if you're losing the utility around it. The way those stairs are fashioned, they're quite wide. There's a lot of space, a lot of different angles that you have to check as you sweep up. And especially when you have someone like Wimpy playing around by the desks to give you that support as well from the bottom. you want to hold on for as long as possible. Trying out underneath, pulling out the drone just to make sure there's no one sneaking up on a flank, and for the time being they are pretty safe to focus mostly on what is above them rather than on the same plane of existence, and just still very cautiously watching out. I like this little angle from Quartz. He might be rewarding something if people do try to rotate out the doorway, but instead it's pushing up the staircase. They do get the kill onto CZ, but lose one and a second injured out. Asian able to crawl away from the angle. Wimpy not given enough sightline as Quartz finally pays off with his patience.
Poison is just going to make this player's hideaway spot almost impenetrable, and actually gets shot, I believe, all the way from the other side. But Wimpy in this corner is trying to hold on to the shred of a position that he has. And with Arial gone, I think Arial Arise really have everything they need to execute. They've got walls open. They have smoke enhancers if they need as well. And most importantly, Ben, they have drones, which right now we're actually not seeing be used at all, but with Quartz now, seeing that default is open with no smoke canisters there, Poison is going to stick that diffuser. That's the communication that you want, but the C4 goes out, and it does enough to down Poison, and with Giddy pushing out a vault, he shoots that drone, and with the coverage of that smoke, they can actually get Poison up and put that diffuser back down again. Giddy is able to find one, find the third, the revolver to get it finished. It's 4 for the Kaid inside of Vault, and what a way to spur your team back into the map.
You need something like that to start you off in the second half, to get that morale boosting, to get the team up, pumping up, just get hyped. And now that you have that big play to build your comeback off of, that's brilliant. You're looking now, how do you transfer this? You're going across to the other top floor site, you keep playing the same sort of game. The thing that worked really well for them, in a weird way, was just Gitty playing very solidly. They weren't very aware of the fact that Quartz was kind of lurking on the window by Zombie and then coming in on the wraparound behind them. They kind of did a bit of a botched job taking that control of main stairs, and that was the thing for Orbit that worked out really well. It was having Wimpy giving that support over to CZ and just getting damage, getting a kill. Confusing Arial Arise a little bit, but ultimately it is off the back of a big clutch play that they win the round.
I assumed that once Poison got revived and the fact that he was able to just continue putting the diffuser down, I thought that was curtains. Like, that was it for Orbit. They tried their hardest, but I'm thinking, did Giddy miss with the TCSG? Did he get anything beside headshots with it? I'm looking back, I don't think he did, which is massively impressive on his end, but it is only one round. Ben, they still have to get 3 more to even it on up, and I mean, they could get a flawless half, 6-0, which I don't think will happen, but a player could dream.
I could dream too, that'd be class, I'd love to see that. Just really throw things out the window, and that would make our series a true banger here. Because then the pressure's on Arial Arise to close out Theme Park. And Chalet is one of these maps that's it's so magical. I mean, it's snowy and it's like all Santa Clausery. I know it's the Alps, but I can dream. And it just is so exciting to watch. It's a bit like Border in that regard, right? There's so much chaos, there's a lot of gunfights always going back and forth, but it's like a balanced Border. Instead, we are currently here on Villa. Probably my favourite map, to be honest. Maybe Skyscraper. Always a bit sad that one gets banned away because no one really likes to play it. But instead, starting with Arial Arise underneath the site, now just trying to use these nades to make playing on this mirror window a little bit more difficult. You can see they used the hole made by the nade to shoot it out, which does give a little bit more sightline into sight. I'd still expect players to be getting a bit aggressive on it, although Wimpy has been injured inside of Astronomy, which does give Arial Arise a potential opening here.
I don't think there's anyone to confirm that, though, because he was down from the frag grenade. Quartz probably will be able to shoot through the floor. He actually might be able to... Could it be a bait? Ben, Asian is going to go up the stairs, but no, Wimpy just crawled right into the sideline, and now Asian has hit double digits. He will not stop. He goes up those Astro stairs, looking to just fill that void that was left by the defenders, and there's nobody really there to capitalize on it. The closest player is the Frost of Giddy, but any player that's actually inside of that actual site itself is done and dusted. Giddy is able to find one. He and Arial get one apiece. And look who's left. The combo that was there. They make it a 2v2, and surely it cannot happen again, Ben. The duo that caused magic could replicate it for a second time, as Poison will create a hole to get inside of sight. But with Inrio's C4, you can imagine that they'll wait for the defuse, maybe huck it on over, blow it on up, and then a lot is up to Quartz if he could find the shots onto either the Frost or the Mira. And down goes Giddy, and it leaves it into Inrio's hands, and Quartz simply takes him out. Tit for tat. There is no replicating magic here.
Another example of Arial Arise getting pressure underneath sight, forcing players back off of these aggressive angles that they're trying to hold, and then punishing them for it, using them against them. This is something that Arial Arise did on their defenses. We saw it time and time again, opening long lines of sight, engaging in these more difficult gunfights with SMGs. You give them ARs that are built for these sorts of engagement ranges, they're going to take it very comfortably, and that's exactly what Freak did there on that Zofia. Jumps in, looks down the mirror window that they've opened up now, cuts the sight in half, makes it very difficult for the defense to remount into sight, and that's what gave that opportunity. Yeah, you lost a couple members, you dropped it down to that 2v2, but by this point the defense already kind of forced back. You can get that access to rotate in towards split, and that's where Quartz collects that double kill very comfortably to take control of the round. Another slow but progressive advancement from Arial Arise, and now they find themselves on match point. And if they can tip this over, they go to series point in maps, they get that 2 score. Orbit don't want that to be the case, especially moving on to the map pick of Arial Arise Theme Park as map number 4.
5 seconds left before
You have to have seen this coming. Like, Arial Arise are undefeated on Villa. Orbit haven't looked as great. You have to see that maybe this was doomed from all the way at the map ban phase. I called it a bit of a free map. It might be, because Orbit have only put 2 rounds up. One of those was due to Giddy, and the other one, I mean, that was probably an actual earned round. So otherwise, this has been Arial Arise from beginning to end. They go on a 2-map swing onto their own map pick of Theme Park. And from then on, everything is just called into question for Orbit. But, I mean, there's still a chance here. Ben, they were able to at least get something early on, and all they need is 4. I mean, it's not a lot. Right?
Isn't it?
Okay.
Isn't it? Hot breach coming through. Always love to see a bit of hot breach action come through. Brings me back to the heydays of when I was pretty new to Siege and thought it was actually viable. Quartz just walks in and grabs a kill, making it viable, and Freak doing work from outside the building as well to grab a second kill. This Orbit roaming setup has very quickly been ripped in half by Arial Arise. You have tried to extend across the whole of the top floor, and good on you for doing so. This is a very common thing for teams to do. Arial Arise, clinical, just dismantling it, pushing you back, and keeping all the advantage for themselves. Now, half the round left to play with V. They can just slow things down, get the drones in.
BJL still has something to say, is able to take out Freak. And one more thing, right now we're on round 9. Orbit has 2 entry kills compared to in their previous round. They got so much. A good play by Poison, good heads up there to take down BJL. And now, well, I mean, Giddy walks, I believe, in the exact same spot. You won't see the exact same thing happen. It's it's another 2vx that might happen, and this time it is Giddy. It's CZ who clutch it out. I mean, he's got the magic fingers, but he just seems like in these 2vx situation, that is just where he finds his fuel.
Yeah, can't get a kill if it's not in a clutch. Like, you got to make every kill count, right? And why try if the rest of the team's got it covered? It's when the rest of the team needs you most that you step up and collect your debts. And, I mean, look, that's exactly what you need in a situation like this. You need to win rounds that you should. It's the only way that you are going to pull off this kind of extreme return. The problem for me here, though, is that we are still consistently seeing, even in rounds that Orbit are winning like this one, that is Arial Arise's rounds to lose. And if you're looking at something like a comeback, where you need to have consistent wins in rounds, I mean, Gitty is consistent for sure, I'll give him that. But the rest of the team needs to be able to meet to put themselves in winning positions, because you just can't rely on a single member or two members to come up with 3 more 2 versus 4s. It doesn't matter if you can do it twice. Arial Arise will break it on one of them. We've seen it before. They will find a way to just break this trend of throwing kills eventually. And when they do, you're done.
I said 4 rounds wasn't much. We're 25% there. Oh, that must have been a fountain C4. Or what? What?
25.2% there?
Wow. Okay. That is a play you don't see as often. So Asian, the big hero for Arial in a lot of these parts, gone. And just like that, it's Orbit who get an entry, increase their stats there, but it's always how do they work off of that? Entry does not always mean a good shot by Freak there, and Adam finds one as well. I didn't even get to finish my point, Ben, before it was finished true. Orbit have not been able to capitalize on it.
Guys.
A direct trade makes it 3v2. A conundrum of a round.
What is going on, mate? Like,
What is
honestly,
going on?
I'm just looking at this, I'm thinking like, okay, Orbit, you get that opening pick, great. I'm seeing Arial Arise just walking in. They're just leading the charge. I'm thinking, guys, put a drone in front of you. Have information to give the support to Freak that he wants. He doesn't even need it. He just frags out. They do trade out, and with the pickup coming through onto Gitty, it means you're now still in that 3 versus 3, and with how close pantry door is, you can run straight back up the site, be in a position to reinforce inside of dining. And now there's still a lot of work here cut out for Arial Arise. They have the horizontal pressure, and that's going to net them the opening pick here because of the longer angles, the rotation made by Imrio, but the E1D could be the final collapse.
Flashman goes through, doesn't blind Inrio, and now Poison does start to put that diffuser down. No one can really take him out, and now the pinch is there, and the opening pick does not tell the story, as it never does for Orbit. A nice little transfer there from Tra, 7-3. One-sided, it was called all the way at the beginning of the pre-show by Yeti, and his prophecy came true. He still is the map ban warlord.
Nothing more to say, right? He's just gone ham. Gitty, fantastic effort to try and win some of these rounds. 2 great clutches, which always look good in a montage, but ultimately, you want the map win here, and to come onto your map pick, to not take it home, adds a little bit more pressure to you for the rest of the series now, but again, Arial Arise looking very, very solid, and it was the mistake we talked about at the end of round 1. We had that committed downtime B. If you're coming onto a map such as Villa against a team like Arial Arise, who are 4-0, now 5-0, you've got to be looking at what they're doing and play against their game plan, and they didn't. Arial Arise very happy to just do the same thing they've done before, and they do it very, very well.
And I know there is a lot to go over. Maybe buffing up Arial Arise, maybe not talking up Orbit as much. We'll head back to our desk. They will give you the lowdown on this map and the next one going forward, as we have reached series point. We potentially have one more. It's up to the desk to debunk everything.
Villa done, dusted, now in the books. I am Phoenix Blaze, and I am joined here by 2 wonderful analysts, both Yeti and Klimps. I am not only not surprised that Arial took this map, but I am a little bit surprised that we saw a potential Orbit comeback. Klimps, would you like to be the first one to talk about what we just witnessed on Villa?
What a chaotic map. Like, Arial Rise were so good at finding the opener. They're following the script of, okay, we're going to start 2-0, and then we're going to let Orbit win around, and then we'll do whatever we want for the rest of the map. Overall, I loved the way that Arial Rise played this map. Toward the end, though, they definitely got a little shaky, a little bit too throwy, and threw away some of the advantages, allowing Orbit to start to crawl their way back in. But thankfully, they were able to close it out just enough with a couple nice clutches and nice plays that we'll highlight and break down later on.
Yeah, I don't know. 6-0 so far on your predictions, Yeti. How does it feel?
Oh, I feel like a champ. $1,000,000. It's I'm too good at this. When it comes to predicting these maps, I'm not surprised. Like I said, this is Ariel's best maps this late in the SFCL. So again, I still don't quite understand the thought process behind Orbit picking this map. And Orbit just kind of played into Ariel's game, in my opinion. It was a really scrappy villa, a lot of just nitpicky or gritty gunfights, just really in there. You know what I mean? Like the entries were sloppy. There's a lot of trades going back and forth with both teams. These rounds are progressing in a very aggressive way. So you can tell Orbit's thought going into this, like, okay, we're gonna fight them, and they did. They tried, and they lost most of the engagements on attack. And then when they got to defense, they were getting into these big man deficits, and then again, Giddy was just able to bring these rounds back, and then bring it to 2v3, 2v2, and they just couldn't close it out. Maybe a little too anxious once they brought it back. So.
Now, I do know that there is one particular round that we wanted to go ahead and highlight, and that was round 8. Climps, you had some thoughts on this. Let's hear what you have to say.
Definitely. I mean, it all started out so well for Arial Rise. They had the 5 versus 2, and this is what I'm talking about, where they start to throw those bodies away a little bit. Giddy and Rio each find one of their own. Giddy's going to find another here in just a few moments from Asian overpeaking. It's like, Arial Rise, you guys either going to slow down and reset, got to yell reset for the Cubs, or you're going to work together. Thankfully, that happened at this point, where Poison Court said, okay, we got to reset, we got to reassess our options here, work together, we're going to slow down the round, open up the wall, give ourselves a couple more avenues into the bomb site, and throw Orbit off of exactly what we think is going to happen. I love the fake Gemini here from Quartz. I thought that was an incredible play. Also, Poison to throw out the drone, deciding to go for the frags. It's something that Orbit did not expect to happen. Incredible job by Quartz to find these last 2 picks. Overall, a beautiful textbook round. Although it wasn't the best in the very beginning when they threw away those bodies, did an awesome job at the very end to close that one out.
May have been a textbook round, but do we have textbook statistics on the board? Yeti, let's go ahead and break down what we have as far as just the way that the match played out statistically.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, I'm sure everyone's eyes are going to go right to the entry stats. You can see Asian just leading with a 4-1 entry, just dominating the early round as far as giving his team the advantage. And they had a pretty high conversion rate. They had 7 opening kills, and I think they won 6 of those, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, that's a pretty good conversion rate. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that. As well as a huge clutch that obviously just throws the momentum right into Arial Rise's corner. That round was insane. As well as the BM afterwards. And like I said, for Arial, I just think they were playing too much into the favor of Arial as far as playstyle, but that's just kind of the way Villa goes out. It's a big map with a lot of small confined spaces that force these gunfights to be scrappy. It's just, they were trading out too for the most part, but it's the way she goes sometimes.
Well, I have to say, I like your point about the big map and the small confined spaces, because that kind of leads us into the next map that we're going to be seeing played, and it's going to be Theme Park. So this is going to be Orbit's pick. This is Orbit's only chance to stay within this series. If they lose this, Arial Arise 100% just takes it and just ran with it, essentially. So I'd like to hear it from both of you. We'll start with Climps first. When it comes to Theme Park, its structure, and what could we expect from both teams?
There's a lot to break down when it comes to Theme Park, right? It is a large map. You got to deal with some of those roamers and some of the pressure that's going to be brought out. I love the way that Arial Rise structured themselves for theme, and for the way that they've played their theme games in recent history, and the way I've seen them, like when they played against Lycus Empire in quarterfinals. I love the way that they structure themselves, have their bodies around the map. I think Orbit are going to have a tough time, and truthfully, I'm starting to get swayed into Xander's prediction of that 3-1 territory. They were not able to close out on Villa, and I'm just not super confident in the way that Orbit play theme. They are 2-0 on the map, but that does not mean that they're going to be 2-0 and make themselves 3-0 against Arial Rise.
Yeah, 100%. I think a big thing to note here, too, is that Arial picked this map, so Orbit probably picked the defensive side here. And Theme Park being a very defender side of map, so momentum is probably going to sway into Orbit's favor early on if they close out these defenses. I'm expecting them to get these advantages based on how Arial likes to entry. If they can kill free, can kill the entries, they're going to have these advantages. The big focus point for them is to hold on to the advantages, fall off the deep roam, fall back into sight, fall back to utility, fall back to crossfires, play the advantage and hold on to the advantage, and they're going to close out the rounds. But if we see like a 3-3 defensive half for Orbit or even a 2-4, this map's going to be over in my opinion. I think Ariel's just going to sweep the floor once they get to defense.
Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and do our final predictions here. So I'm assuming, Yeti, you're going for Arial Arise on Theme Park.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say it's going to be 7-4 Arial.
7-4. 7-4. All right. Clemps, what about you?
I have to keep hope that my prediction will go right, so I have to predict Orbit here, if that's going to be the case. I'm going to say we're going to hit OT. We're going to go 8-6 Orbit.
Oh, all right. You guys heard it. We've got some heads button on this one, but we also have two casters ready to go. Our lovely Light Rose and the dapper Golu Molu. You guys take us to Theme Park.
Man, I'm kind of sorry. Your name doesn't have that little ring to it that lovely Light Rose does. Or maybe Nyx just couldn't come up with a little ringtone. But, I mean, going into Villa, or coming out of Villa, excuse me, going into Theme Park, expectations are still on Arial Arise. And I'm going to be honest, I've got them winning it out 3-1, Ben.
I think that's going to be the most likely outcome of this. You looked at Villa, the way it played. Villa, out of all the maps we've seen, is most akin to Theme Park. A lot of ways to extend your hold as the defense. If you're playing down below, you can go upstairs, go for the throne room, as well as if you want to branch out into Drug Lab, you can go up above, you extend across the top floor, you make the life of the attackers very difficult. And this is something that we saw Arial Arise have a much better job at clearing out Orbit's version of it than Orbit were able to do to Arial Arise. Starting on defense is going to help Orbit a little bit. It lets them get into the comfort of the rounds, but I don't think I can deal with another 2 rounds to Arial Arise by round 3 to Orbit. I can't deal with it again.
I think this map might help you because
My brain
Orbit
can't comprehend it.
I don't want to see that either, because it kind of just throws all the little analysis we do in the first couple rounds. It's like, okay, well, we know Arial Arise are going to win the first 2, and Orbit are going to win the third. But I think Orbit starting on the defense will help them, because they get to go to Armory, which is a very, very good site for the defense. And if they don't win Armory, then I have concerns. But the fact that they get to go there is nice.
Yeah, all I'm going to say, right, is if I ever needed proof that we were living in a simulation, it's the whole bus cards conundrum, and then it's this. Like, that is just all you need to convince me that this is just the Matrix IRL.
I mean, we are playing a simulation, a combat simulation.
True.
Right now with a good series between us. As Arial Arise, they start the first defensive ban. A lot of them could make sense here. Azami is pretty darn popular on Theme Park, but a lot of times it's because she does make it through the ban phase. You take out the Mira, and then you take out something like the Valkyrie or the Solus are always going to be pretty important. And that last one I mentioned, the Solus, I think that does make sense with how shootable a lot of the floors are in the bomb sites.
I'm just getting Azami flashbacks and horrors emerging, and I expect to see it get played a lot. I think just especially on maps like Theme Park is, where you want to extend your hold a lot, you want to have this presence off-site, even on something such as Throne and Armory over starting. I'm expecting to see a decent amount of presence committed by Orbit upstairs above, just to force Arial Arise to clear it out. You have to pay attention to it. If you focus on just down below, you will get picked off and punished for being so tunnel-visioned. And you throw out those keepers, you give yourself extra cover to play behind, more angles for your opponents to be concerned of. It does make life a little bit more awkward, but the lineup coming out from Arial Arise is matching very well to try and clear things out. They've got the Dokkaebi and the Jackal combination, so you scan someone, you get the calls going through as well, you get pretty good information just from those two global and semi-global abilities of who you're going to be able to chop down and pincer on.
I think the Dokkaebi calls are going to be pretty important for rooting out some players like Inrio. Going off of the Jackal is, I mean, you get a frag rank. And the frag grenade in Asian's pockets, you're always going to get boosted by that. So I don't really have a problem with that, especially because, I mean, information is always going to be helpful, no matter what. But right now, I think the roamers are going to be a big problem, especially with how second floor heavy Armory is. You need to make sure you take out the Azami holding up by Dragon Stairs, and of course the dorms roamer that you're always going to have. But right now, this IQ is definitely getting work, seeing those Legion mines, seeing the magnets, seeing the black eye cameras that she is really designed.
Stalling now. They have this opening into Cafe and obviously want to get those drones in to gather information for themselves and start to peel away at the top floor hold. Oryx lurking around by bunks. Could be a little bit of a problem for them. The proximity alarm going off, but just ignoring it, charging straight on in, losing the gunfight, gets injured, but not finished off. And with Tra so close in proximity, able to cut down CZ as they fall away, you lose a nitro cell, you're able to pick up your IQ pretty swiftly. Pretty good opening exchange for the side of Arial Arise.
I'm surprised that Freak didn't go down. I mean, I guess Inrio just wanted to get out. Maybe thought there was another player, but still, you leave the IQ up, and any black eye cameras that were there are still going to be around. And now Freak, he's hungry for revenge. He's able to take out BJL, get some blood in his hands as he finds a kill. And right now, Arial Arise getting the first round, potentially getting the second, and of course, here comes Orbit, because this first round is looking like it will fall into Arial Arise's corner. All they really have to do is open up one of those walls, which should be pretty easy given there's no wall denial.
Black Eye spotted out. Drone spotted out, I should say. It was Imrio on the Oryx. Oh, it was a Black Eye spotted out. Information, cameras, huzzah. Imrio gets a headshot onto Asian, huzzah. And now we'll just continue to play around this bunker inside of sight to just waste as much time as possible. The interesting thing about the lineup is the limited amount of hard breaks you have. You're relying on Poison to get the work done with just the tin can openers. Quartz as well, but he's currently still upstairs. The Candela's doing all they need to do to give themselves access to the site though here, V. And now with the plant potentially going down around the pillar, they just get all the kills.
Do, and I am concerned. I said I would be concerned, and I am, because a lot of the Armory defense comes A, around how good you can hold the walls, and B, how good your roam is, and there wasn't any wall denial, and the roam was non-existent. It had a little bit of a say early on, but just Arial Arise read into every single play that Orbit had perfectly. And they're not actually going to try Armory. They're going over to Bunk, which does take away a lot of the emphasis on the wall, but it still gives that roam a lot of power. With Orbit not having a good roam, you need to have that. And I think Giddy on the Azami should be able to hold by Dragon Stairs, by Cash. He needs to waste time, waste utility, do what Azami was built for. Otherwise, I just expect it's going to be Arial Arise walking in the building, finding their frag, and finding the round as well.
Couple swaps in. Interesting to see the Flores coming out of the lineup here, and especially when you're looking at the pieces of utility you got: 2 deployable shields, the Keybers, this extended roam format with no mute to protect it does give a lot of options for Terror drones to do maximum damage. Instead, favoring going onto that Maverick. So this is another one of those tools that can be used to get rid of bandit batteries, make tricking some of these key walls very difficult to do, especially with the way that they've set themselves into initiation so far. They still have the potential to drop a reinforcement. There's one left in pocket. So if they start taking control, you reinforce it up, you chuck bandit batteries on it, you lock it down. Maverick's a great tool to bypass that system.
And I mean, it's good to see Maverick somewhat in the fray, because ever since his frag grenades got taken away, he's been almost useless. He's seen no time in the sun in pro play, competitive play. I mean, in ranked play, he's a difficult operator to learn as well, so you're just not going to see a lot of Maverick play. But maybe Asian will get something done, as he's just trying to open up this soft hatch. It is not being kind to him. Like, I think, is this a strat? Because it's soft.
Gotta burn through both layers. That's the trick. and it hasn't been. The angle you're going at it, not going to burn through both layers. You need to just go straight down. Wimpy kind of taking advantage of the fact that not much is happening to get aggressive inside a bathroom, nets himself the kill onto court to take down the Geminis and also a set of nades, and still being aggressive here. No rotation out from Vault though, so you don't want to run yourself too deep into a corner, but CZ's got him covered, V, and well, just like that, Arial Arise have lost 2 members. There's no way they go 2-0 down now, is there?
Haha, yeah. Wink, wink. There's no way that could happen because we've seen no 3v5s won in the slightest. But I think this is going to be a difficult task to do, to win that 3v5, because there isn't exactly an in for Arial Arise. If they can take out Wimpy, maybe, but if he backs up, that just makes it that much harder. If Asian can push over by yellow, then I think you get this kill. He's able to do that, and now you transition on over to potentially taking out this initiation wall, which exactly what Asian will do. And right now, I think there's a huge potential for Arial Arise to get something done. They shoot the Phantom Battery, get the wall open. All they have to do right now is find one of these players looking around. Inrio can peek. I'm surprised he didn't hit the shots, but if one more player goes down on Arial, that might be Curtains, but instead it's a player on Orbit who falls, and we might be seeing the 5v3 happen again. You might have jinxed it, you might not have. There is still a big chance that Orbit comes on back, but a lot of that comes down to if Poison can win the 1v3. And I hate to say it, the curse has been broken. Orbit will win round 2 this time.
You don't know how bad I felt after joking about it. I was like, look, it's not Harris time, it's theme park, it's a different vibe, different environment. Orbit are refreshed. They're not going to pay any heed, and they didn't. Credit to them. And instead, it was a pretty nice hold. They played it slow, they played it patiently. When control was going away from them, they backed up, they reinforced it off, they dropped the bandits, they played a very nice style appeal. Couple of unfortunate frags going against them there, the swing from Trav, very nice to get the pick onto the bandit, just hiding around the corner, the swing not coming in time from the Frost, also on the other side of that doorway behind the vending machine. So there's opportunities there for things to have been a little bit tidier, but ultimately they had good positioning to watch for crossfires when the attack of Arial Arise finally came through that breach. And keeping things like that very tidy, being clinical towards the end of the rounds, is going to be really important for them on the rest of their defensive half here, because you need to have a good score coming into the half.
The half has been pretty pivotal. I mean, we've seen, what, a 4-2, 3-3, and a 5-1? I think that has been the scoreline in total. And granted, it hasn't been the be-all, end-all. Because in map 1, I mean, Orbit did finish that map off. Map 2, it was tied, and yet Arial Arise were still able to really take their lead. So it can be a pretty impactful thing, but also it just might show the difference between how strong a team is on attack and how strong a team is on defense, especially on a map like Theme Park, when I think there is a bit of a difference when how teams approach these sites.
This little angle being held here by Gitty, just watching to see if anyone creeps up to the window, but once again, Arial Arise choosing to start over by Cafe, get control in the yellow corridor. And that's why Quartz is going to the roof to deploy the drone, but also to hammer it open this time. They're not going to rely on the blowtorch of the Maverick. Always an opportunity to drop a nade or other such jazz down. But instead, EGL is going to back away just a touch and put these bandits down over by yellow, just again, to try and shore up this position above Drugs itself. Whichever is starting to come through to clear out a bit of utility, but so far, a little slow here for Arial Arise. Not that that's a criticism, they're just setting themselves up.
And sometimes slower can be better. You
Does
take
them the hair.
things conservative. You drone out. You make it so you know everything before you actually execute on it. But the problem is, you can be too slow at times. You could drone out information and then not act upon it. Or you just don't do anything with your time. But it seems like Arial have done something. They take out CZ, and Giddy is surrounded by players as Freak finds too. Doesn't get caught by that all-important Capcan trap. And now there's actually a player over on the arcade stairs, which potentially everybody seems to have missed, but no, it's actually backed off all the way over towards barrels. There is a player dead set on Wimpy, and I think potentially he could be next.
And with still control overthrown, it gives them a lot more impact to influence specifically into the lab side of the site. If they can get in through the drugs window, that does change things for Arial Rise, that bathroom giving them close access as well. 50 seconds, and they're not going to rush anything. They are still very much making sure everything is clear. You can see the silhouette with BJL lurking in the background, but so far Castle is the primary threat. The shoulder is very close to presuming, and they know he's around this pillar. That's going to give his position away perfectly. Imrio does get a kill onto Poison, traded out very quickly, and two more go in their favor. The Bandit, the last man standing here, V, and, well, with this position, no good look down towards the diffuser plant. And ultimately, just caught standing at the top of arcade stairs is going to be all they need for Arial Rise to return to a 2-1 lead, but not in the same fashion as before.
Yeah, well, it's still the lead that they're able to get, and I think it actually helps them more in this situation because, I mean, Orbit either have to go back to Armory, which did not go well for them, or instead you go back to lab storage. I mean, office initiation is still there, so I am a little bit surprised that this is what Orbit would elect to do when it just did not go well. There was a lot of failure when it came to the roam, which is maybe what Orbit are going to try to change. They're going to put more emphasis on playing around each other so they can get the refrag instead of just kind of selecting them on one point of the top floor and on the other, so that they very easily picked off, which was a bit of a problem when Arial Rise was very synergistic. They droned out, they got everything they needed to, and just with the snap of a finger, simply acted on it. And right now, I think that is the whole thing with Arial Rise, is that they're, when they want something done, they will get it done. And unless Orbit does something about it, they will not stand a chance against this team.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, traps as well. That's always a little fun bit of jazz that you can throw in, and I think
Won't hurt.
it is interesting as well, like you mentioned, office initiation still being an option. A lot of teams kind of avoiding it for a lot of reasons, and I think Cash is a very comfortable position to start an attack. Getting into Dragon and Control is often the first step for many different kind of attacks here, right? And so being so close to that is always a little bit of danger. Instead, back down to drug slabs, like you mentioned, and early work from this Flores to remove a lot of this safety net that's set up on the backside does mean that you're going to have to focus putting a little bit of attention towards it, immediately getting into those frost mats as well. So doing a little bit of cleanup early on into the round to make sure you're not getting caught out by these, well, frost mats and other little bits of gizmo later on. Great little work to set yourself up for when you want to go for that quick exit.
It's a lot of preparation for the end game. I mean, that's really what Siege is you're making a lot of micro decisions for the macro decision, the execution, and it's a lot of mini games. That's kind of what Forceful calls it. With the wall getting opened up very early on, having no impacts and really no wall denial, I mean, that's not a surprise, but this isn't the site. They have to force Wimpy out of it, which they don't actually kill him for. And if Wimpy does back off or continues to waste time, I think that's an Orbit win for them. They've drained out a piece of utility from the attack, and they're continuing to waste time, but they might get caught out if Wimpy peeks. I really do not want Wimpy to peek there.
I'll give them a
Well,
call.
the first pick going down, Freak off the table, CZ grabs it, BGL to make it 2, and what's going on here is Arial Rise are looking to try and have this horizontal presence, but it doesn't matter if you can't clear out above simultaneously. They've stretched themselves a little bit too thin, and it's led to a lot of members relying on walking up for one-on-ones. Kitty's just as confused, but the run-out failed. You're now in this 2 versus 4. Thankfully, you still have this full control setup up above, so for Arial Rise, there's not really a good option for where you go from here.
I mean, you could go for the site, maybe use the defense's vertical against them, but both Poison and Quartz are one hit away from death. Quartz is going to shoot the camera, but he is just not ready for CZ dropping the hammer on him with that kill. Even a little bit of hip fire. As Orbit, they do bounce back. They take the game, make it even, which is much better than on Villa, because this was the point where Arial really started to lengthen the lead that they already have, and well, once that team started to go on a tear, you could not stop them. But as long as Orbit are keeping this team on a short leash, maybe they don't need to go in the lead, but as long as they keep them within one round, constantly go for the tie, I think at one point they can just start to get a little trip up and then get in the lead.
Defenders protect
Monk's Daycare now open again to one side of Orbit, and they'll very quickly snap back to it, and that makes sense. It was the most comfortable win they've had, that 3 versus 1 at the end with Poison stuck outside on Repel. I am interested to see how much of this attacking lineup does change. Last time we saw the Ace Maverick combination, although already that Thermite being replaced by the Flores, so clearly wanting to get a little bit of value out of that Reterra. Remember, Azami still on the board. Those Keepers are going to be a threat. You are also going to have to deal with the double deployable shield combination once again, and the setup coming through from Orbit is very, very similar. A lot of long angles with shields to back it up that they can fall back to, reinforce, and play for those crossfires. Once again, leading onto their ace, no Maverick this time. So getting rid of those bandits that Imrio chucks down, going to be just a smidgen harder.
I think Arial are bringing the right amount of destruction. They've got Reteros, Ash Sledges, they've got frag grenades. Asian gets peeked by Wimpy and dies. I think that is the peak on Theme Park you always have to be aware of. It's sometimes where every single round a player might peek it and Asian gets caught out on it. And just like that, there's no impact EMPs. There's no more phone calls around the map. And now Quartz dies outside. What is happening to Arial Arise? They have 2 bodies down, and they aren't even close to knocking on the door of the building.
I will say, CZ landed that shot last time as well. So it is the second time he's going to take this gunfight. Quick little push up yellow stairs just to try and take advantage of the fact that everything is going terribly so far. Might as well try and salvage something from it. Immediately cut down and made to pay for that error of thinking you'd be able to do so. Poison stuck outside a cafe, with Gitty playing around these Kivas in such close proximity. They are looking to try and secure this kill onto the drone. But CZ, once again, another kill goes through onto Tra, and the Flores finds himself in a 1 versus 5. Very swiftly dealt with. A very, very solid round from Orbit. Again, just getting aggressive.
So, I think 1 player got inside the building. Maybe 2 for Arial Arise. A big round for Orbit. That, honestly, they're gonna try Armory. I think there's been enough of a distance between the first round and right now. Round 6, that you have made the adaptations. You're a lot better of a team on the roam now, as we can see with the 3 rounds that Orbit has been able to get. But this also is one of the 2 rounds that Arial has had. I still think it will be Orbit winning it out. And I think there's a potential that when they swap on the attack, they could potentially win it out 7-4, 7-5. This entire game could depend on whether Orbit can keep the lead that they have over Arial Arise, because a lot of times it is very big if you can get the lead at halftime. Whoever has gotten the lead has won the map. You look at map 1, you look at map 3, and patterns are very popular tonight. Go.
10 seconds left.
Well, speaking of patterns, we're seeing that same wall being opened up again, and CZ has the MPX, not the 1.5 available to Valkyrie like it is to Warden, but still, same gun. Wouldn't put it past him for more shenanigans to occur, but this setup with the Azami, putting it far forwards, just making things difficult. Again, for the side of Arial Arise to walk up the building is great to see. You've got to hope for a slightly different outcome to the round, right? And it just depends on, can they withstand? There's no longer that Ying who can rush on into site very aggressively, but there is the Osa, who does that in a very different kind of way, right, V? It's going to be all about walking right up in your face and having that cover. Freak, already on Dragon, does get traded out by the Azami up above, but little bit of work early on into the building as Courts, the next takes some damage away.
Trade out some big offensive utility for some big defensive utility. And Whoopi has been going on a tear. It is good to stop him where he stands. The next part is really rooting out these Cuba barriers. The player did scoot all the way down Dragon Stairs, but you need to make sure they stay there. Because right now, Orbit are just having a lot of flexibility with their positioning. And now that the player has fallen all the way back down, Asian walks inside of Cafe, finds two. And with Giddy and BJL all the way back down into the site, I think a big flank from potentially BJL. That's what he is going to try to do. A potential last-ditch effort from him that might not mean anything if a player does spot him all the way in the arcade hallway. The drone does, and he backs off all the way inside of the site, trying to give himself a second chance, maybe one last shot at a kill. But at this point in time, going back inside of the site and making sure that you have a little bit of a say when that execution comes, I think is going to be the bigger play.
Still setting up, need to get these Talons into position on the doorway if you want to cut that site in half. Still somewhat wary of potential cameras and information. No nitro cells remaining, but if they're aware of that or not is a different question. Looking for the vertical angle will net it, taking down BJL, losing the Azami now. Gitty's going to need another miracle play, and with that Talon 8 just dropping and being deployed, he's no way to take the gunfight. They're just not offering it to him.
He doesn't have the C4, he doesn't have impacts. Oh, yeah, okay, we can count this several ways that he was dead, but we don't need to. It was plain to see as all day, and 3-3. We are tied up. Orbit now going on the attack. Arial Arise on the defense, and how do you feel? Because I think Orbit gets the lead. I feel very confident for them, but now that they're tied. Arial Arise gets to start on the defense. They actually don't go to Armory instead of Lab Storage, which I think is a bold play, but how do you feel going on to the second half of what is potentially the last map in SFCL Season 6? Do you believe Arial Arise can close it out?
I think they can. I think 3-3 here is a perfectly fine split for them. You get those 3 attacking rounds, 4 defense is all you need now. And you're looking at the spread of options you have available to yourself. Drug, much more viable than it used to be. I think a lot of players have figured out and teams have figured out the utility spread that you can use to take best advantage of it. The Frostmat's obviously the staple. You've got the Keybers to support upstairs. They've got the Mutes as well to kind of shut down some of these walls, such as Yellow. You're already seeing that jammer being deployed. It is all going to be about how long can they hold onto the space up above. And we're not seeing quite the same sort of extension out across into Throne and Armory that we saw coming out from Orbit. I don't think that's completely necessary anymore. I think it's very much a case if you pick and choose one without trying to spread yourself too thinly apart. And the upstairs, I think I prefer it.
Upstairs, I think upstairs are always going to be better unless there's no chance of vertical coming down. I mean, Chalet basement on certain areas, Oregon basement I think is the best situation of Buck and Sludge are really not going to have a big part in it, but you can't really say that for this, which is why it's not being brought. It's not here. Instead, you're going to have breaching shards, you're going to have ash nades, because there is this small emphasis on the horizontal play. You come from the bathroom, you come from the hallway. If you can root out some of those players that are holding on the top floor, and well, your job is kind of done from there. But so far, as we get through this first minute, the drone might not have spotted Trow actually working through the bathroom, but it most assuredly did spot Asian up on that top floor. Right now, BJL is mainly focused on working through Throne, a big part of the lab site.
One member already back on. Again, you got to be a little bit careful of that path, the lab window always, because it's always, going to be a little bit of a sneaky one. This extension has come through, and the long-range impact grenade being deployed to try and trick off a bit of the destruction, as both the attack above and below are being attacked. The drones spotting out in the back of Break Room, as well as the Frost creeping around in the middle. The first kill does go through, and it's onto the Azami as well, so those Keybers gone off the table now. Popping that Vulcan to buy some time. Plenty of time has been killed so far in this round, and you're looking at where Orbit are. They're still vying for control down the corridor, and Freak just holds on tight here, V. You need to find a way to remove this top floor presence or get that pressure in towards site and specifically in towards drugs. But so far, I don't see that window for them.
Where are the Orbit teammates? You've got BJL in connector. Giddy is alone in initiation. Arial is inside of the throne, and he could communicate with these other players. So I think keeping Giddy alone on the upstairs may come back to bite this team, because Freak is still upstairs. I believe Quartz is still upstairs as well. And Wimpy right now, he's gonna go on a drone and really see inside the site. Sees the player walking down the arcade hallway, but a trade happens, and it is a trade that does not benefit Orbit. And hell, I mean, Free could get the revive. Inrio is gonna bait it out. Does it happen? The revive is through, and surely Inrio is down. He's at least barely breathing, and with about 10 seconds left, he has to rush inside of a site. Hell, Poison, kill him with some evil eye beams. Why don't you? We're here for a good time. But Inrio decides that he's going to try to stick it, and we don't see the evil eye beams. We see the nice bullet beams coming out from Poison. And right now, it is still Arial Arise keeping their head above water.
It's interesting, that attack, right? And I think you're looking at how you want to move through the map once you get that control either above or below. And Orbit spread themselves a little bit too thin trying to do both. They had the Thermite and the Ace so that they could apply pressure on both fronts, but then it left them in this weird position where there wasn't enough information coming in front of them to be able to take comfortable gunfights on both planes. And we kind of saw the result of that. Just walking up, losing gunfights, losing members. There was no one to back each other up or play for these refrags. And if you're going for the horizontal take, what you want to do is be able to apply that pressure in towards labs from outside of it, from barrels, from the door to split, so that the defense can't really sit inside of it. And that's when you then move into the labs, or into drugs, I should say, through the window or through bathroom, to then get in for that diffuser now that you know there's no one else in there. But with the plays being set up above and not enough being diverted to deal with that, there was never the opportunity for them to set up this wide net position, because they were then constantly still fighting on this up-down angle battle that, I mean, we saw how it went to have a Thatcher, right? They're in a 4 versus 2, and then they could just come down and tidy up these gunfights by playing for trades, because they have that comfortable advantage due to Orbit making the mistake of spreading too thin too early on.
Right, you see the deployable shields being used. No Azami. Interesting enough, then. Orbit really liked to keep, I believe it was Giddy or CZ over by that cache area. Made sure they could waste a lot of time. But right now, Orbit, you see the Yana punching the holes. Maybe a quick little execute. And the drone should confirm that you see the lack of defenders inside of the site. With Freak now gone, the go button could be executed. Nobody is hanging by Dragon Stairs. All you have to worry about is the player inside of Bathroom who is pushing up. BJL can get another kill. But for now, Court stays alive. Is able to get CZ. So this could be even better for the Arial Arise defense. BJL is lucky that he's even alive to begin with. Could we see a repeat cap? That only drawback is that Quartz goes down, but he is still going to try to make sure that BJL's life is hell then.
Still holding on tight, just using impacts to force people back, to make them uncomfortable to walk on in, and these phone calls still going, eventually dealt with. And while this has all been going on, the rest of Arial Arise haven't been having much better luck, as Orbit have been able to get themselves into positions to cut players off from their retreat patterns, leaving just our 2 site players left alive. I say that, Tra's still upstairs, still hiding away, and with Poison dead on site, this is the go sign. They can jump on in. The split drop will have been heard. Behind Throne, looking to try and maybe get that plant down, but instead tangling on a bit of gunfighting for the time being, while the rest of the squad moves into position. Catches one on the drop, but it's prone inside the doorway from Dragon that gets the final kill here, V.
I think the best thing that Orbit did in that round was just creating so much chaos for the Arial Arise defense, and nobody emphasized that best than Wamai in that situation. with really no way out beyond your own bullets just peeking back and forth between the window and the actual balcony itself, Orbit can continue to just constantly use their utility, get an advantage, and actually use their teammates to their advantage. Because that is when Orbit succeeds, is when they're playing together. It sounds crazy, Ben. When you play as a team, you win as a team. And overall, that is good. It's a good thing to win. And I think Orbit can continue to do it as long as they constantly don't send somebody above to do just one singular thing. That person gets caught out, and then Orbit start to fumble, looking for a way out of it. I mean, they're not Arial Arise, because Arial Arise are decently good at doing something like that, but you need to know what your strengths and your weaknesses are as a team, and there's enough time for Orbit to realize that teamwork is when Orbit is doing best.
Just because, quite frankly, Arial Arise have had a couple members who have just been a little bit better at stepping up for individual moments. Gitty, brilliant stuff coming in on Villa, but that wasn't enough to carry a map when the rest of the squad isn't working together towards that goal. I mean, the goal being winning, of course they're working towards it, they're just not able to pull it together. And now we're seeing that, like you mentioned. And how do you start this clearance out once again? Well, clearing out Dragon, getting yourself into cash is just the first step. I want to see them do a little bit of a better job opening up this deployable shield. Immediately injuring Frost is definitely one way of going about that.
Oh, Freak gets a good one. Gets a second iron. That we need to see a replay of that. I know you're seeing it in the booth. We need the slow-mo replay of Freak on the Dragon Stairs, finds 3, and makes it so that both Asian and Tross death, it's not meaningless, but it is a lot less impactful, as Freak is going to shoot that drone and realizes that he has to back up, but Giddy has the ability to change the course of this round. He needs to get an entry along with his friend Wimpy. They are playing together. That is where Orbit could potentially succeed, but they don't really have the man count to go for a one-for-one trade. They need to make sure that they stay upright, they stay together, and stay in the lead of at least a man count. Because so far, you're constantly going to have Arial Arise stay one step ahead of you.
Going back outside to recover that diffuser because the player who had it was on repel when they got beamed by Freak. And now, in the 2 versus 3, you have to figure out how you're going to posture. What entry are you going to make into site? And because you lost your hard breaches before you could approach the site itself, you're kind of limited to a hatch, split door, or dragon door. None of those particularly convincing options when you're looking at a team that is split 3 players across. A couple shots trying to go through the wall. Hitting the floor though, you're not going to get caught out by that. Trying to apply a bit of vertical pressure, but without real utility to do so. You're not Sledge, you're not Butt, you don't even have breaching charges, you just got an LMG. Never going to be quite sufficient. Now, they're just going to have to kind of go for it.
Oh, I think that's what Wimpy is doing. It's not just a blind spray, it's pings that are maybe seeing if they can catch somebody off guard through the wall, because that's what this is. At this point, you only have those couple doors that you can drop through, and those are just death funnels at this point. Give him the ace, why don't you? It's not going to happen, but Poison, he has to stop Giddy from getting this team the lead. One bit of damage, it does happen, and dangerously close. Giddy has clutched it out for Orbit before, but unfortunately, Arial will stay in the lead, getting ever closer to map, match, and series point.
The swing to cut the Izami, adds the Izami, the Aruni, the Amaru, as they drop down the hatch. Kind of put them in an awkward position there, because then the long angle can be drawn to the Dokubi. That replay is buttery smooth. That was nuts. That was insane. And just, again, because it just happened to line up that way and you just perfectly deliver it into the head, it really shut that first holder getting cashed down. They had options with nades and flashbangs to cut this position out very early before Freak can kind of stall out as long as they did before. Even if they lost that last round, well, not the one just gone, but the one before that, right? being able to stall out that much time and do that consistently is very scary. And if we had seen Orbit go for a very strong way of clearing it out, it would have made Arial Arise have to consider the setup on that position in future rounds. But instead, because they come out so strong again and Freak just claps them back down, you still are going to have in the back of your mind as Orbit, when they're playing that position again, we need to make yet another change to try and break that hold.
And the fact that just now Arial Arise are electing to bring these zombie, I think this is going to make Orbit's woes worse. They've either struggled to deal with the roam or haven't. It's kind of a black or white situation, and it also is how Arial just kind of reacts to it. Do they peek when they shouldn't? How do they set up their utility, their shields? And right now, the Azami is just going to help them in that regard. It's going to make it so that getting that opening pick, that Orbit has been very good at getting in this map, just a lot harder, especially because they're going to have to go for a little bit of split push. You see BJL and a couple other players on that first floor with CZ and a couple of his friends on the second floor. Everything is always important on the left. Top floor, drone. It is really hard for the defense to control all of it, but it's also kind of hard for the attack to work through all of it if they truly want to actually win out this site.
Walk it in. Drone will be shot out. They have this crossfire set up. This is the way that Orbit played it. It's the way Arial Arise are going to do the same thing on their defensive end. You build these crossfires up and try and hold onto these walls. Banking the grenade around the corner is a nice little way to hit the jammer, but it's failed to do so, which means the Selma is set down, but isn't going to open anything for now. A second grenade might do the job. It will do just that, and you can also hear Exothermic charge popping up on the other side. So Arial Arise now taking that step back, while Orbit drone out to see what their next course of action is going to be here in clearing out the roam.
Well, drone spot actually 2 players on the arcade hallway, both Freak and Quartz. One player does drop down, actually dangerously close to finding an opponent over by Connector, who may or may not be actually ready for the engagement, and Freak just gets a free kill. BGL just didn't seem aware that that's where what he was headed, and now both of those players who were by the arcade hallway have evacuated, and Court is over by Throne. Still a very pivotal part of this site. Freak finds his second, and now Arial Arise are finding their groove. Try's not going to be a part of this execution, as CZ does trade a little bit of bullets with Court. This could be a very important engagement, as now Orbit do seem to actually focus on the actual barrels itself. You will see the sledgehammer be used. The hatch drop will happen as well, and Quartz is no match while he is flash. But where can Orbit execute? They do have vertical control, but they don't really have a lot of horizontal. As poison goes down, a trade does happen. It's easy to make the magic happen, but the Goyo fire on the doorway will stop them where they stand. Dissipates at the last second, and all Asian needs to do is waste time, and that's what he does. It's Arial Arise. They're one step away from being SFCL Season 6 champions.
I was terrified there at the end when he kept on peeking me. He just needs to sit behind the keeper, put yourself on match point, make life easy. But instead, had to keep us on the edge of the seat there and just going for it. And the rotation coming through from CZ, trying to get in behind, because they figured out we want to try and pinch this last player, but the time you have left, you just gotta send it. You just gotta hold W, hold your right mouse button, that's your ADS, and then try and get the kill. Alas, loses the gunfight, not enough time to wrap back around and kept them in the back. And you lose the round, and now, like you said, Arial Arise eyeing up the map point, series point, championship point. And if you're looking at the way these defenses have been going, Orbit have stood chances. They're currently 3 defensive wins to just the 1 attack for the half. Oh.
Here's the thing also, Ben. This is the first time Arial are going to bunks. So nothing that Orbit have learned throughout the entire, 4 rounds that they've been attacking can really be applied here. You can look at how they've held Dragon Stairs, you can look at how they've held Cash, but when you're actually trying to attack through Cafe, you're not going to have a good frame of reference. You know that Freak is probably going to be over there when he got that nice little 3K that we saw, but the odds for Orbit are looking dangerously low. They need to, with a capital N, capital E, capital D, need to get the entry, because that is the only chance that they have of really working off of their momentum, because when Arial gets the entry, I think 8 times out of 10, they will win the round.
Usually I'm much more of a fan of starting these attacks by Cash when you're going for bunk. Clearing across that top floor, get control into initiation, get control of yellow, and play that peel back game where you get the breach opened up and try and deny 2 rotations through Cafe later on in the round. That hasn't been working for Orbit, and I don't want to see people feeding more kills to Freak, not to besmirch Freak, just for the sake of Orbit actually playing as efficiently as possible. And so, bringing the Ying to try and change things up over by Break Room is a great start. Poison getting that opening pick onto CZ isn't exactly what they would have had in mind. The first Candela being dropped by VJL to try and give some space to them, but there is Freak still on that Warden and is matching the position to deny the ability to have that effect it's designed to do.
I just think the fact that CZ got taken out is killer. Maybe Arial getting that kill onto Freak could be something. Both of Wimpy's smoke canisters are caught out. And now Arial Rise seem to be a little bit caught inside of the site itself. Arial is in break room. He was able to remove the Warden, giving his team a little bit of a boon here. There isn't a good way inside of the site besides just taking the risk, taking the gamble, and walking on in. Candelas are going to try to clear the way, but Quartz peeks up, drops the diffuser, and now, even though it's immediately refrag, it's still Arial Rise who are making their names known, 2 kills away from getting themselves the Season 6 championship. It's Giddy and Wimpy. One of those players did not have a great entrance to the season, but now he is going to have a stellar finish. The 1v3, he's able to get Poison. That's probably his biggest enemy in this situation, but he takes a little bit more damage. All it takes is 1 bullet, and your new SFCL6 champions is Arial Arise.
That's a little bit interesting for the history, right? Arial Rise Academy, Arial Rise come in, show us all how it's done, knock them off the seat, and I mean, look, fantastic job in this final. Just the power that they have over so many maps pays off in the long run, right? You're looking at the map ban phase, Desk said it, they thought Arial Rise Academy had that advantage. They come through, they show exactly why they have been so dominant throughout the whole season. They finished the Swiss stage at the top, they finished the playoffs at the top, and what a way to do it, right? You clap in on all 3 rounds maps you win, you do it in a dominant fashion.
I think the best part about this is Arial Rise Academy has taken the attention of everybody for so long, and it's good now to have that main team really have their time in the sun. And if I'm being honest, Ben, they deserve it. From the beginning of SFCL, you felt that there was something with this roster, that they had this fire in them, they had this connection, that maybe the secret sauce had been found, and I think that's exactly what happened with this team. It was an amazing match to see. It was an amazing season as well. The newly introduced Swiss stage, I had a great time.
Yeah, the formatting change, the teams coming in, everyone was just on form from the start, and we've had some absolute bangers, and to end it with this, you couldn't ask for anything more.
It's not the, 3-2 infinite overtime banger, but overall, these were 2 evenly matched teams, and maybe the better one came out on top. But I mean, from Ben and I, it's been really great casting you all this season, but we're not done. To finish us off, we've got the desk giving you the analysis over the entire series and maybe a little bit of insight onto Arial Arise.
And just like that, we are completed with Season 6 of Solar Flare. Arial Arise taking the victory, and I have to say, Yeti, 7-0 on your predictions. How are you feeling about that? Like, you have the script.
I'm that guy. I am the puppet master. I've actually orchestrated this entire league from the very beginning. I'm like the Emperor Palpatine of the SFCL. Man, what a way to finish. I saw it coming into map bans. Like I said, I thought Villa really kind of screwed Arial, Orbit's chances a little bit. I really thought that with the maps that were available, it could have went the distance to a 3-2 series. But regardless, I did see Arial taking it, whether it was going to be 3-2 if Orbit decided to pick Chalet over Villa, or 3-1 if it went the way we saw here.
Yeah, I know. Really, really interesting matchup, that's for sure, tonight. Like, being able to see everything kind of unfold exactly as if, like I said, you had a script physically in your hands telling us, you know, the story and how everything was going to play out. But Clamps, you know, we've got to get your opinion as well on how, you know, tonight went.
He's too good. Xander bested me. I'll bow down to the king, the champ, right, for the map predictions. But overall, with the way the map bans went, with the way everything played out, and truthfully, I think that it was just a little bit more for Arial Rise for the night overall. They played super well throughout all of these maps. Closing it out in 4 does not shock me at all. You said that Orbit was going to have a hot start. After that, they really tuned down. I mean, there was just too many man advantages thrown. They lost that opening pick duel throughout the entire night. It just wasn't quite an Orbit team that we had kind of seen throughout most of the season. I think Arial Rise's playstyle just outmatched them and outpaced them, and oftentimes you found the clock really hindering Orbit throughout the whole night.
Yeah, didn't even have to go the full distance here. I know, Xander, you said it earlier. If we were going to see anything, it was going to be a 3-1 situation, and that 3-1 was going to be on Arial Arise.
Yeah, I think as the series went on, what we saw was Arial really just didn't like bend or break. They just kind of kept playing the way they were playing. Even on Cafe, when the rounds weren't going their way, like you saw what they were trying to do. You saw what they were trying to implement, getting the freaking map early, and you know, just really kind of use their entry to push the round forward. And then as the other maps went on, they started finding more success with that entry and with the entry engagements. And what you saw from Orbit is, I think, maybe a little bit of a shaky composure. I think they stop playing as much of a team and taking a lot more individual risks, some hero plays, to try to like bring some momentum back, or maybe, you know, some individual frustration was leading to some poor decision making from the individuals on Orbit. But, you know, it's tough to say. I'm just speculating. But from the outside looking in, that is what it appeared to be.
So let's go ahead and talk about, you know, who would you guys consider to be the MVP of the night? Clemps, let's hear it from you first.
I gotta say Asian. He had 4 1vx's, 1 on each map, and they came at what I feel like were some like the most impactful and important times. Like, I think he just showed up when his team needed it most, stopping Orbit's momentum, and I think that those rounds that those 1vx's happened were just mental chakras for Orbit, and that sucked. Poison also had a couple really nice clutches, closed out rounds very nicely, but I want to say that Asian just did a very good job of getting those rounds when the team really, really needed.
All right, well, let's throw it over to Yeti. What'd you think who's your MVP of the night?
I gotta agree with Asian. I mean, the guy was literally like the closer all night. You know, if I was to give it to anybody else, it'd either be Poison or Freak. I think Freak had a really slow start, but you got to kind of give some credits where credit's due. When you have a slow start, it's not easy to, like, you know, bounce back from that, especially like mid-series. Like, they're not getting these long breaks between maps, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. So you have a lot of recovery due to, you know, say, okay, the map was rough, I made some mistakes, next map's coming up, shake it off, reset, I'm going in fire, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what Freak did. But Asian, like I said, was the closer. I mean, gosh, flawless almost. He was literally bringing back rounds that really should have been Orbits 99% of the time any other day. Like, he was that guy. He was a stick in the mud that Orbit just cannot deal with in some of these rounds that were crucial for momentum's sake, just crucial for, you know, getting started on a lot of these attack halves.
Yeah, well, let's see if Asian's performance matched the statistics. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our map statistics here. 7-4, obviously in the favor of Arial Arise. Clips, do you want to go ahead and break down what we see here on the board?
I mean, it really came down to frags. Freak showed up on this map. That was huge. Asian obviously had that very crucial 1vx. Poison as well, being able to clutch up against Giddy. You just saw so many big rounds out of the Arial Rise roster, and a lot of struggle coming from Orbit, who just simply failed yet again in that mid round, right? I just never saw Orbit really getting it going on the mid round. They had some nice late rounds, yes. They've kind of trended that all series, but that mid round is where they struggled so much and lost so much time, and I think that's why you really see what we saw throughout the whole series. Trades were pretty even throughout the map, so that wasn't super impactful, but it really came down to dealing with some of those middle of the round bodies like Freak at top Dragon, and also Force running around Asian. I mean, everyone was just doing so well for Arial.
Absolutely. You got to give props to Arial, especially being one of the teams that are invited. You do come in with a much, how do you say, bigger pedestal to stand on, because, you know, that's the invite. You didn't have to go and qualify. You're expected to play well. And I feel like that's what we saw from them tonight. But, you know, before we wrap things up, I'd like to hear from both of you as far as the entire series goes. Like, statistically, obviously, you know, we have Poison, Asian, all of them towards the top of the leaderboard, but what's your opinion just on how the entire night went?
I love what I see overall from Arial Rise, right? Some of those more important categories are just a little bit more filled up. You have 5 objective plays, you have 6 1vx's. That shows how many times Orbit threw away the man advantage that they had. They only had one 1vx, and that came from CZ. Also, some of those bigger gunners didn't quite show up tonight. BJL negative, Wimpy negative, Giddy negative. You need those bodies to be fragging out, at least in some sort of capacity. CZ showed up, but even then, maybe not as hardcore on the entry as they needed him. On the other end, I mean, Arial Rise, they just looked great. Tra with a huge game, 41 and 28. I don't feel like he really was ever super expressive. I think he was just super consistent throughout the match, which is why you see a score line like that. Freak obviously had a pretty slow start, but picked it up at the end. The rest of the bodies at Arial Rise overall just looked so good.
Yeah, I'll start with Arial since he started with Orbit. I think some of the highlight too is a lot of times, like I said, we didn't really see Freak go crazy on entry as we normally do. But when he was dying, I swear, Tra and Quartz were trading him almost every single time. Like, there was most of the times where Freak was getting like killed or down early in the round, there was always someone right there with him to trade him. So that's good entry effectiveness, because like I said, if your entry can't get the kill or get the job done, the guy behind him is close enough making the right decision to trade him. And that's not an easy thing to do. Like being a team that trades a lot, it's like that's no small feat. And that's in my opinion, it's one of the biggest separators between your semi-pros and your pros. And then for Orbit, I agree. I think that the majority of the teams just kind of struggled, and then them giving up the rounds that to those big clutches. Like, not only are you just losing a man advantage, you're losing a man advantage to one guy. So it is a little bit more demoralizing. It's a little bit more. It plays a heavier toll on you, because as a player, when you lose those rounds, you're not like, okay, that's a round we should have won. It's like, damn, we really should have won that round. And it kind of sits in the back of your mind a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty rough for Orbit throughout the whole season. I want to kind of talk about a highlight, because I kind of just remember this as we're talking and waiting for our interview to go live. But talking about the history of Poison, right? Last season, SFCL Season 5, he was in Grand Finals, but he was on the other end of an Arial Arise Academy loss. He actually played for Vipers, went 3-1 against them. Pretty rough time. Now to come back, turn that around with a new roster, new face, new organization, now under the Arial Rise banner. What a hell of a way to have a season and a series, right? And a nice story as well. Like, I know about the Orbit story, right? Where they came throughout the whole season, got an org, right? Worked their way all the way up to the very top. Unfortunately, just could not close it out. I liked the story, though, coming from Poison, being able to do that. Also, another side note, Asian tied Ashen for the most grand finals in SFCL, so that's also pretty cool little fact.
All right, awesome. Well, it looks like we do have our interview ready to go. We're going to hop on over and talk with Quartz. Hey, Quartz, how is it going?
So I'm pretty happy with that one.
Charades again.
Wait, what? Can you not hear me? Hello.
All right. So obviously, long battle, a long road ahead. In order to get where you guys are, obviously tonight being the season champions, what kind of preparation did you guys put in, match to match, just really preparing you for this moment?
Well, for this game specifically, we didn't have much match prep. Because we played yesterday against Wildcard and then earlier this week against Lycus Empire. So it's more, and then we also just got Asian back, so we were just more focused on growing as a team and just practicing like team play than counter-stratting them and just prepping like this team specifically.
Yeah, actually, let me make a point on that. I know Asian was away on vacation, I believe it was, for a little bit. How did that separation affect the team dynamic when it came to going into these matches?
I'd say like it didn't change much. I guess we replaced him with Benji and Creators. During that time, we replaced him, and they're they're both very great players, but very different from Asian. Asian like makes a lot of space for us, makes it a lot easier for everyone to entry. So especially on attack. So, but when he came back, like we immediately like bonded back together and we were immediately like pretty good. So I guess it didn't change much. We just kind of feel bad because we knew that if he stayed on the team for those 2 weeks, we probably could have done better during the LCQ and the Gamers 8 quals.
Well, I mean, honestly, you guys still did pretty phenomenal. You kind of got to roll with those punches when you get them. But moving forward as a team, what is the next steps for Arial Rise?
Well, we don't know like as of right now what's next. I guess in terms of competition. Now we finished SFCL. I know there's that Xenon League going on, so we're probably gonna focus on that. We don't know what's going on with Challenger League yet, so we're kind of just waiting. We're gonna keep grinding and see what's next for us.
Well, that is always good to hear that you guys are ready to get back to the grind and, just keep pushing forward. But one last thing, is there anybody out there that you'd like to give a shout out to? Maybe your fans, some family, your teammates? Go ahead, take the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out my mom because she's watching the game. She actually texted me after we won that third map because she thought it was over. So shout out to my mom, and then also Froshi. He's been putting a lot of work for us, making sure we're ready for these matches, the gamer equals, every day being there. So shout out to him, and yeah.
Oh, well, that is absolutely so sweet, Quartz. I'm sure your mom is very, very proud of you and, will continue to support you through your esports journey. But no, thank you so much for joining us and, allowing me to ask you a couple questions.
Yeah, and thank you. Just one last thank you to you guys on the production end. It was a long game. We had to reels obviously, but you guys did a great job and it was amazing. The whole season as well. So shout out to you guys, casters and analysts.
Oh, well, thank you so much. So we're kind of the unsung heroes over here.
Yeah.
But yes, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Tell the rest of the team I said congratulations, and we hope to see you guys in more competitive play soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And the last chapter of Season 6 has been written. It is in stone. It is hot pressed off to the masses. Can't go back, can't change it. So how are we feeling? Arial Rise, Season 6 champions.
Called it.
You did.
You did.
That's all I can really say. That's really all I can say. It's, like I said, those guys literally knocked me out of a major qualifier. So, to respect the quality of team that they've become and respect what they're doing as a team, it deserves a lot of respect and a lot of hurrahs, so to say. Just because a lot of the teams, like even at a pro level, like playing in these T3 tournaments, playing in these T2 tournaments, playing in all these qualifiers, anything you basically play as a competitive team only helps you grow. Match day repetitions are tier 1 in terms of experience. They outdo any scrim repetition, and you learn the most about yourself, you learn the most about the meta, you learn most about just like how to handle a bunch of different situations from matches. So, and they've been grinding. I'm telling you, I've seen them in 2 different qualifiers, and now they've just went through a whole, best of 3 bracket with a best of 5 final. So, hats off to these guys, and congratulations on the win.
Yeah, you really can't say much else than Arial Rise was dominant all season. Undefeated, no losses, maybe a map loss or a couple, but that was really it. And other than that, they were dominant. I think they lost 2 total maps. They lost 1 in Grand Finals. They lost 1 against Arial Rise Academy back in round 3. So to have a pretty dominant season like that shows that, Arial Rise absolutely deserve this victory. A huge congratulations to them, and I'm excited to see what they do in future qualifiers and other events as well.
So you and me both, Clemps, but that's going to wrap it up for Season 6 of Solar Flare. We want to thank everybody who's either joined us on the desk, on the casting desk, production, everybody across the entire really realm of Solar Flare, especially you, our viewers, because without you guys, we wouldn't have a league. So with that being said, we will wish you guys a good night, and hopefully we'll see you guys real soon.
See